Thank you, everyone. I declare open this third hearing of the Senate Environment, Communications, Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and 6 related bills. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here today. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. If there are no objections, the committee authorises media recording and photography of the committee's proceedings in accordance with Senate Resolution 3. I remind any media currently present or present during the day that permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, you are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false and misleading answers or evidence. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to be heard in private if they request. The Senate has resolved, I don't think we've got Commonwealth officers with us today, if a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer or not. Having regard to the ground which is claimed, if the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may also request that the answer be given in camera. And then I don't think it's available, but there is a procedure for claiming public interest immunity, and the information about that's available from the Secretariat. I remind senators present of their obligations under the Behaviour Code of Australian Parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And now I welcome representatives from the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Western Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. You've got that information? Yes, nodding at the table, thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thanks, Chair. I'm Andrew McKellar. I'm the Chief Executive of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Wonderful.
I'm Aaron Morey, the Chief Economist of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry WA.
David Alexander, I'm the Chief of Policy and Advocacy at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
And Peter Grist, Chief Economist at the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you very much. I invite you, each organisation to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of remarks I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start and then hand to my colleague Aaron Morey. ACCI thanks the committee for the opportunity to discuss the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025 and related bills. The recent Economic Reform Roundtable identified that the highly complex and protracted environmental assessment and approval process of the EPBC Act is holding back investment in major projects and contributing to Australia's poor productivity performance. The Environment Protection Reform Bill is a positive step forward, introducing changes that should simplify and streamline the environmental approval process, as well as strengthen environmental protections. However, there are significant elements of the bill that counteract the positive elements of the bill, and if not addressed, those elements risk creating a regulatory framework that is even slower and more complex than the present system, one that lacks the clarity and certainty needed to drive investment in major resource, energy, housing and construction projects. On the positive side, bioregional assessments identifying areas of low and high environmental significance should help investors target areas for development and simplify and fast-track the environmental approval processes in so-called GO zones. Similarly, bilateral agreements that recognise work already done through a state or territory environmental process will reduce duplication, streamline regulatory processes and reduce the time it takes to conclude an environmental approval. Yet there are elements of the bill that are of significant concern to the business community. In particular, the powers of the National Environment Protection Agency CEO, the definition of unacceptable impact, the need for guardrails around stop work orders, and also the greenhouse gas reporting requirements. And I'll speak just briefly to each of those points. In relation to the National Environment Protection Agency CEO role and powers, the bill directs the Minister to delegate powers for the EPBC Act assessment and approvals to the NEPA CEO and directly vest others, such as compliance and enforcement. From our point of view, this introduces considerable risks. The Minister is required to balance all factors, environmental, economic and social. Removing the Minister narrows the decision-making for approvals. ACCI submits decisions on environmental approvals should be solely that of the Minister, with NEPA's role restricted to compliance, assurance and enforcement. In relation to the definition of unacceptable impacts, the bill establishes a test for determining unacceptable impact. However, what constitutes an unacceptable impact is not clearly defined, particularly in relation to seriously impair or irreplaceable critical habitat. Greater clarity around these terms is needed to remove uncertainty that may arbitrarily rule out projects. Environment protection orders. The introduction of environment protection orders or stop work orders that are explicitly exempt from natural justice and without a time limit will only contribute to further delays in the approvals and represent a real risk to investor certainty. To prevent these environment protection orders delaying and or indefinitely blocking major projects, we would suggest that guardrails must be included, allowing them to be appealed and subjecting them to specified time limits. In relation to greenhouse gas reporting, ACCI questions the requirement for project proponents to report greenhouse gas emissions, Scope 1 and 2, when they are explicitly not to be considered as part of an environmental approval decision. These requirements duplicate the safeguard mechanism reporting requirements, which in fact only relate to Scope 1 emissions, and also the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme. It's an additional unnecessary compliance burden on business. The reporting requirements of the Safeguard Mechanism and EPBC Act should be better coordinated with projects that are not covered by the Safeguard Mechanism, not required to report emissions under this Act. In conclusion, Australia urgently needs reformed environmental approvals, a framework that delivers clarity, confidence and faster decision making. The reformed EPBC Act must deliver a net benefit to business, the economy, as well as for the environment, and not simply add a new layer of complexity. We readily acknowledge the significant effort that Minister Watt has undertaken to progress the reforms to this point. He has consulted extensively and has sought to balance the diverse and sometimes irreconcilable views that different constituencies hold. To be clear, it is important and we do want to get an outcome on this bill. We urge the Minister to remain open to amendments to address the issues that we are raising here today and which we will elaborate upon in our submission, which is to be provided to the committee within coming days. This will be essential if the bill is ultimately to have the support of business. Equally, we urge the opposition and crossbench senators to come to the negotiating table to propose or support amendments which will provide greater clarity and certainty to major project proponents, regional communities, benefits for the Australian economy and better outcomes for our environment and natural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Morey.
Thank you, Chair. I too acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands in which we meet and acknowledge their elders past and present and pay my respects to them. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the bills. CCIWA supports the intent of these reforms. The bill package includes elements that genuinely strengthen environmental protection. Industry supports these elements, including the concept of net gain, legally enforceable national environmental standards, inclusion of the principle of ecologically sustainable development, establishment of independent compliance and enforcement powers, and functions that improve environmental information systems. These are important elements consistent with the aim of achieving reforms that are better for the environment. However, it is apparent without amendment this package does not achieve the better for business side of the government's commitment. We have outlined in our submission a handful of reasonable amendments that would achieve this aim. If those amendments are not made, we will be left with a bill that is unworkable, and the national economy will quickly lose its capacity to pay for important social supports such as the NDIS, the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and Medicare. The test of success isn't making both sides of the debate equally unhappy. It's building an approval system that protects the environment, recognises the economic and social benefits of projects and delivers timely, predictable decisions. With the recommendations put forward in our submission, we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now go to the Coalition and Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, good morning. Mr McKellar, I want to firstly start with you. You made the comment that the bills as they stand make things worse for industry, for businesses, for housing than they currently are in terms of the law. Could you expand on those concerns?
Look, that's right, and I think that goes to the concerns that we have outlined. So obviously this has been a difficult balancing act. We have, as I've acknowledged, there's been extensive consultation with the Minister, but if the points that are not resolved, and I think it goes to issues around definitions of unacceptable impact, that needs to be clarified. Otherwise, it's going to take considerable time for that to be tested in practice. The powers of the EPA and the delegation to the EPA CEO, as we highlighted again, we think that ultimately this has to rest with the Minister. And then, in relation to the other points, so things like the greenhouse reporting requirements, we think that's a duplication. So it's tying businesses, particularly if you have, for example, housing projects, and we know that there have been many housing projects that have been caught up with delayed decisions currently. We want to resolve those issues. We know that Australia has, a crisis in terms of housing affordability, and supply is a huge part of that solution. So, having gone to the Economic Reform Roundtable, this is something that was discussed in the room, both by Minister Claire O'Neill, Minister for Housing, and also by Minister Murray Watt. So, our concern would be that adding to those layers of red tape is unnecessary, and we have to resolve it. So that's why I think if you look across all of the submissions that we're seeing from business, and we have our own submission which we will put in to you in the coming days, there is the joint letter which has been produced by how many is it? 28 different business organisations where we've, I think, got a lot of common ground, and you've heard the comments from my colleague Aaron Morey from CCIWA. We think those issues have to be resolved. If we cannot resolve those issues in the Senate, in the Parliament, with appropriate amendments, then I think at this stage business wouldn't be comfortable to support passage of the bill. I think we have to be clear on that point. We do want to get an outcome. The bill can be improved with amendments, with appropriate amendments on all of those points, on the points that we've addressed, on the points that Aaron has addressed. Then we are very hopeful that we would get to a position where business can support passage of the bill.
Sorry, Mr McKellar, just doing the hand signals. We've got limited time, but thank you very much. Just based on the reports in the newspapers this morning, the Minister is really pushing back on any amendment to the way the EPA is structured, where there are effectively no substantive powers resting with the Minister. So you have a rogue CEO, or a CEO with a particular view about the world of the EPA, and the mining industry, the housing industry, business, they are in very big trouble under the bill as it currently stands, aren't they?
Look, absolutely. That's in a nutshell, Senator. That's our concern. I think here, ultimately, those responsibilities should rest with the minister. I think we would be much more comfortable if we saw that that was the way forward. So we do urge the government to listen carefully to what business is saying on those points and reflect on whether there is scope to consider amendments. We would certainly urge that.
So what is the risk if the way the bill is currently drafted in relation to the scope of powers of the EPA, what is the risk to business, to the housing industry, right across the economy, if that is not amended in your view?
Well, I think the risk is the situation which is already of concern. We do have many projects, so whether it be in terms of the energy transition, renewable energy projects, which are awaiting approval, whether it's the housing projects that we know have been delayed, whether it's other major resource projects which have taken a lot of time to progress in the past. The situation could be worse. In fact, I think it could be more difficult if we're not careful in getting those the balance in relation to the powers that the EPA has and its CEO has, and what is delegated to them by the minister. So I think there's a risk that there would be billions and billions of dollars in significant investment across those sectors, slowing the energy transition, slowing our progress towards climate change targets, making it more difficult to address housing affordability and supply. That's the risk.
Doesn't this reflect on the minister's failure to adequately consult and then take on board that consultation, if this bill has got so many problems with it?
I wouldn't say it's a failing of the minister in any regard, but I do think here what we would urge is, the minister and the government to be open to those amendments. Obviously, he's trying to balance a range of different views. I think he's, we've had very frank and open dialogue with him and with the government. So I think we want to get an outcome, and I think we just encourage him to work with the Senate to see that happen.
Mr Morey, can I ask about your concerns, particularly in relation to the scope of powers of the EPA?
Yeah, so just quickly on the emissions reporting, to go back to your question earlier, there's two fundamental concerns there. One is the regulatory duplication. The other aspect there, which is very important, is the minister clarifying what he said in his National Press Club speech, which is that emissions reporting will not be relevant to assessment decisions. So that is very fundamentally important, in addition to the...
So if it's not relevant, why is emissions reduction reporting required?
It's a good question.
Yes, that's right. So with respect to the EPA, look, at the end of the day, the EPA is making decisions that have economic, social and environmental consequences. And so it's entirely appropriate that that body, and in particular the CEO, be accountable to the public via elected officials. We believe that the oversight and the governance is not appropriate in that context. Other Commonwealth independent regulators like NOPSEMA can be directed. The CEO is not required to follow the minister's statement of expectations, and so there are some really reasonable amendments that need to be made there that are consistent with other oversight bodies.
And this is a concern surely for everyone. So, because what can happen is you can either have a very super aggressively pro-business CEO who cares nothing about the environment, or you could have a very aggressively pro-environment CEO who cares nothing about business and about housing, etc. I'm just using this hypothetically. So no matter which way you want to look at this, putting all of those eggs into the one basket with the CEO gives rise to very significant risks, doesn't it?
And this is why, we think the ideal model is a Western Australian model whereby an EPA brings environmental advice to Cabinet through the Environment Minister, and then the economic, social and environmental benefits of projects can be considered, because ultimately the Cabinet is accountable to the people. We support an independent EPA that has compliance, enforcement, assurance options, a tough cop on the beat, but it doesn't make sense to include within that remit decision-making powers as well.
So you've got a chance now. I'm sure the Minister or his staff, and both, are listening right now. You can send a plea directly to the Minister. Minister, if you don't listen to us in relation to changing the scope of the powers of the EPA, this bill is not going to get anywhere close to being passed.
And look, I do acknowledge and thank the Minister for his more constructive approach to consultation than what we experienced last year. He's done, I think, a good job, but nonetheless, yes, there are...
Send the message. Come on, this is your big chance.
There are a number of what we think are reasonable amendments that we've put forward, including to the oversight of the EPA, that we think would enable us to truly achieve the Better for Business reform aim here.
Can I just, and I'm conscious of time because I will need to share the call, the arrangement of net gain and the net gain test in the proposed legislation, that's an issue, or one of the definitions. Could you just expand on that? I'll ask both you, Mr Morrie, then you, Mr McKellar.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's just no clear understanding of what it means. At the moment, there's lack of clarity around whether it will apply to the residual impact for a specific project, at a landscape scale. So there's a number of uncertainties there. A lot of WA land has very minimal environmental data, and it's not feasible for an explorer, for example, to survey an entire region. And the regional planning assessments for some areas will take decades. We think the best solution here is to remove net gain from the legislation, shift it into the standards so that we have enough time to properly road test and understand what the requirements are on business and investors, because it will have a significant impact on those investment decisions.
But if you move it into delegated legislation, then that presents a very big risk that you could end up with anything.
Yes, but there's also a risk that we could be left with something that's enshrined in legislation and completely unworkable as well.
So isn't the bottom line is that you've got to get the legislation right?
Yes, and that concept of road testing key concepts with stakeholders is something that we've consistently pushed for, whether it relate to unacceptable impacts, the pathways, net gain as well, and indeed the entire package is very important.
And Mr McKellar, to you both on the issues with net gain, the definition of net gain and unacceptable impacts.
Well, look, I think we mentioned unacceptable impacts. There is obviously a lack of clarity about how that's to be interpreted, and I mentioned the additional points there about what does it mean to seriously impair, what is irreplaceable critical habitat. I mean, those are obviously things that need to be better understood. There's a risk otherwise that it could be interpreted in a way that would be contrary to the interpretation that business would normally put upon it and would lead to undesirable outcomes on net gain. We are aligned with CCIWA on this, so I'm entirely comfortable with what Aaron's put forward as his comments on that.
Mr Morrie, just quickly, in your submission you raised the issue of radiological exposure actions. Could you just expand on your concerns there? Yeah,
I mean, look, there's naturally occurring radiation in many parts of our country. And so our concern here is that by changing from a definition around nuclear, which has a very clear definition within the International Atomic Energy Agency's framework, there is no recognised standard for radiological exposure actions. And so we do see naturally occurring radiation, particularly in and around mineral sands, rare earth deposits, and so we are potentially moving towards a system where those projects get caught up in national environmental processes for no other reason, and then we add 12 months to the very projects that we are looking to fast-track given what is happening across the world at the moment with the race to critical minerals.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Could I ask, either from the WA perspective or nationally, in your conversations with the Minister, have you discussed the national interest test?
I have not.
Okay.
Look, it's been raised in consultations that I've heard. Our view is there should be a national interest test. I think probably one concern here is it may be narrowly defined, but we do think that is an appropriate test that should be available to the minister as part of his decision-making process.
And do you have any idea what types of projects you think that test should be used to approve?
I'll defer to my colleagues. As a very quick response, I would say I don't think we would necessarily limit that. I think any project that is within scope that potentially triggers the tests in terms of the approval processes under the EPBC should be considered.
So you haven't had any conversations with the Minister about what that type of test could be used for in terms of various industries or projects that...
Well, it would have to be a very significant project that, as the name defines, in the national interest. So it would have to be something significant that is likely to have much greater benefit well beyond the broader needs. So it seems it's very restrictive in the legislation about what requirements would be for it, and it also identifies that it's likely to be emergency situations as well. So if you've got a bushfire or a flood, there can be situations where works need to be done urgently, and the environmental, the EPBC Act doesn't apply to those.
I mean, there already is a power that in the current Act that allows that, but this actually broadens the scope, is what the government's amendments do. Could I, thank you, could I ask about the comments you've made about the unacceptable impact definition? You're not the only group of industry reps who have raised this issue. Do you have a preferred definition? Is there something that you've workshopped with the government already or amongst your members? Is there I'm hearing a lot of criticism of it. I'm not hearing a lot of what it should be.
We have not developed an alternative definition, Senator.
And so you've raised this issue with the Minister?
Yes, we've raised the issue, and we understand other groups are probably working on that, and we've left that to them.
But I suppose our position is that there just needs to be more consultation on it. In the reform bill, it does expand on what was previously a single significant impact definition. But in providing a lot more detail, it's introduced a whole range of new undefined terms. And so we just want a little bit more clarity on what is an unacceptable impact and the test around it, and very clear terms that we all agree on. So that's why we think it just needs a little bit more consultation.
And when you say more consultation, are you suggesting that this package shouldn't pass in this side of Christmas?
I don't think we're putting a time frame on it. Obviously, we've seen the comments that have come from government that this is a top priority. They want this legislation addressed, and if possible, within the final sitting week. We wouldn't put a time frame on it.
But of course, the government doesn't control the Senate. They don't have the numbers. It's up to the Senate. We're here to inquire into this bill and see if we can make it better.
Totally correct. So look, obviously, from our point of view, equally, business doesn't put a time frame on it. It's much more important that we get this legislation right.
So you're not gagging for it to be passed next week, are you?
It's important that it is passed as soon as possible. There are significant projects that continue to be delayed. Consideration is not clear, so obviously it's better that as soon as possible. The certainty is there for those project proponents and equally in terms of the environmental outcomes that need to be protected, that we do have those new legislative arrangements in place. We're not putting a time frame on that. If it's possible to get to that position quickly next week. I think that from a business point of view there is a degree of unanimity about the issues that need to be resolved, so I think really the ball is in the government's court as to whether or not they're prepared to move on amendments, and we encourage all senators to look at those issues and this committee to consider amendments that will make it possible.
Thank you.
If I may.
Do you?
Sorry.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
If I may. Yeah, the only comment I would make is that I think the very constructive, open and honest approach that Minister Watt has taken to engaging with stakeholders does mean that we are potentially in a position to land on reforms next week, because the relationships are there, the conversations have been ongoing, and I think it's thanks to his approach that that is an option.
I find that, I mean, that's refreshing to hear from an industry perspective that he's been talking to and consulting with you, because I can tell you what, he hasn't been doing that with the environment groups. So that says a lot to me about where this government is heading. And I find, I mean, you know...
You want to stay friends with the Minister, in other words, even though there's lots of things wrong with the bill.
Well, no, I'm just, I mean, I'm interested to hear...
interest in not getting him too offside.
I'm interested to hear that you have been back and forth and talking with him quite regularly, because other stakeholders have not had the same experience. I mean, the benefits of being industry rather than defenders of nature, perhaps. I want to know what conversations or where the discussion with the Minister has been around the climate disclosures. And I heard, you know, the exchange with Senator Henderson. You say you want it clear that it can't be used for factored in as part of the decision making, or considered as part of the decision making. Do you think but I'm unclear as to why it would be there then. Why have it there if it's not going to be part of the decision?
Sure, Senator, and perhaps we're in agreement on that point, but for different reasons.
Yes.
So we obviously have raised questions on that. We do think for many projects it will be unnecessary. I mean, clearly, if you are a project that's going to be within the scope of the safeguard mechanism, then you already have significant reporting requirements, and you'd be required to project those in advance of an approval. That relates to Scope 1 emissions. Our concern here, and in particular to highlight where this might be an issue, would be on things like housing projects, which aren't going to go anywhere near the sorts of thresholds that you have under the safeguard mechanism. To be required to report Scope 1 and Scope 2 in advance, it's not clear whether they would be captured equally in the future under the greenhouse and energy reporting arrangements. So we just think that's unnecessary. It's another layer of red tape. We would think that that sort of reporting, if it's not going to be used as part of the decision-making process, which we don't think it should be, we think that, you know, it's better to rely on those other arrangements that we have in place already, the safeguard mechanism and the greenhouse and energy reporting.
Do you have a sense of how many of your members or associated organisations currently have to participate in the safeguard mechanism?
Well, look, as we know, there's 219
Yes.
facilities that are captured currently. I couldn't tell you precisely. For us, we are not a direct membership organisation. We have chambers of commerce and we have industry associations, of course. Amongst that membership, some of those facilities and the corporate entities that own those facilities are part of the membership.
Yes,
I couldn't tell you whether it's all 219 or not.
You're a little different than the BCA in that sense, in terms of the structure. Yep. What about WA? Have you got direct links to any of the companies that currently have to disclose under the safeguard mechanism?
Yeah, so we have 7,500 members, the majority of which are SMEs, and so the percentage of the membership that would fall under the safeguard is obviously very low. My understanding is that it's a very high portion in the mining sector. Most mid to larger size mines would be captured under the safeguard. But as a percentage of our membership per se, it will be quite small due to the composition of our membership.
Yeah. Okay. What's your view about the streamline pathway? Because we're hearing from the government and the department that they are predicting that even at the beginning, 60% of applications will go through the new streamline pathway, and that it would then grow. They would expect. They told us under evidence last Friday that they'd start with 60 and then it would grow. Is that your sense of what will happen, given you've been talking to your various associations and industry bodies and groups? The reason I'm asking is because I also see, and I don't know if it was in the WA submission or the national one, but that you're worried about getting rid of the existing pathways. So just trying to work out, the government's telling us 60% plus is going to go through the new streamline, but you still want to retain the existing pathways.
If I may, Senator, yeah, I haven't seen that analysis from the department. I don't know what sort of projects is in that 60%. Obviously, for Western Australia, we are primarily a resource mining-based jurisdiction.
Yeah.
To what extent those sorts of projects would fall within that pathway, there is just significant uncertainty there at the moment. Look, it's going to take a long time to do regional assessments. It's going to take a long time to get bilaterals in place. What we don't want is an arrangement where we have a period of time in which projects that could have otherwise moved through those mid-tier assessment pathways now take longer for no good reason, just because that pathway is no longer available. We think that's a pretty simple thing to do, to retain those pathways, to keep the options open, at least in the interim.
I guess I'm a bit confused about really the objectives here, because the whole point that we're hearing from industry and from the government, who's been in close consultation, we hear, with you and your colleagues, is that this is all about trying to make pathway, the process faster, easier. The minister says it's going to save $7 billion for industries like the mining industry, particularly in WA. That announcement was done by the minister. That $7 billion figure came out of a speech that the minister gave in WA. That's the pitch to industry. And what I'm hearing, though, is that you want the streamlined pathway, but you also want everything else to be retained. It doesn't seem like it's making the process simpler to me. It seems to be more complicated.
Well, I think one of the issues here is we don't want to reopen previous decisions, so we do want grandfathering arrangements in place for
applications that are on foot.
Yeah, so for earlier decisions. In terms of the new streamlined process, I think broadly, obviously, that is preferable, but how that applies in terms of what the take-up is, how quickly that we will transition across, I think we are looking for a midway in that, but maybe I'll bring in Peter.
Yeah, we do see the streamlined pathways as an advantage, but it's more likely to be for simpler projects such as housing, and it will enable a simpler approach. But it still requires the proponents to have all the information. So it still requires them to compile the necessary information and have it all available for the assessment. So it's definitely of benefit, but as Andrew was saying, we for those projects that are already in train, transitioning directly to the streamlined pathways, it will be better if they continue with the existing approach, or the approach that they're currently taking.
Where does the $7 billion figure come from? Did the Minister or the Department consult you as an industry group about how much money these applications are currently cost you, and so therefore how much you're going to save with this new streamlined process?
I couldn't comment on how they've calculated that number. I mean, clearly, we can see the impact with individual proponents, and we get feedback through our membership base. But we haven't sought to separately, analyse, what the cumulative impact of that is. Yes. So I think, I'm sure the department has significant resources and analytical capabilities that lead them to that figure.
But you haven't been consulted about the cost
haven't
of these?
Debated it, haven't sought to clarify it. That's a figure the government has produced.
No, we haven't been consulted.
Okay, so you haven't been asked to feed into any of that?
Not directly.
Yeah, okay. Look, I mean, I think the questions from others probably answer the rest of mine, so happy to move on, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Senator Grogan.
Sure. I've got a few more gaps.
And I'll come back to you, Senator Henderson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your evidence so far and your engagement in this process. Can you just step out for me what you think some of the practical improvements might be for your members and associates with this legislation package?
Thanks, Senator. Look, I think overall the advantages that we want to see, we do want a streamlined process. We want an outcome where decisions on approvals or non-approval of projects is arrived at in a timely way that provides a clear signal to investors. So whether it be in resource, energy, housing, construction projects or the like, then obviously that's a critical part of the pathway forward, and that's the outcome that we want to see ultimately from these reforms. So we know that the current system is broken. We know that there are significant projects that are being delayed. It is delaying many renewable energy projects at the moment, housing projects and other resource projects. So we think the intent is there. Obviously, as we've outlined, there are a number of refinements to this bill to remove uncertainties about how those objectives can be met. We do think ultimately the bill can achieve those objectives, but it is necessary to make amendments if it is going to pass the test that's been put forward to ensure that this is not only better for the environment but also better in terms of business outcomes as well.
If I may, Senator.
Go ahead.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So just practically, single clear definition for unacceptable impact, retain the existing assessment pathways, for stop work orders, specify that they are of limited duration. We've said 14 days. Retain the right to natural justice. With the nuclear, adopt the recommendation that the Minerals Council put in their submission, clarify what net gain means, and specify explicitly in the legislation that emissions reporting is not for the purpose of making assessment or approval decisions.
Which I believe it is not. Do you feel that environmental protections are important from a productivity perspective?
Look, we think environmental protections are important. Our natural environment does need to be protected equally. We need to have a process that ensures that we can balance the objectives in terms of creating further national wealth through our significant export industries, through the resource sector, ensuring that we're able to cost effectively meet the energy requirements in a sustainable way, an affordable way and a reliable way, to keep the Australian economy functioning in the future. And as we know, we have a housing crisis. So all of those things, we have to balance those. The Act is there, I think, to achieve those objectives. We know that it hasn't been achieving those. That's why this reform is very important. Getting the detail right is fundamentally important. To go back to Senator Hanson-Young's point before, this is where the Senate plays a role, and we're happy to be supporting that role and ensuring that in the process of review in the Senate that we get amendments that make this legislation better.
There's a lot of commentary from my colleagues on either side of this debate, which would lead you to think that it was a decision, and this has been put forward, that it's a decision about business or environment. Yet that's exactly what Professor Samuel put in his review, was that improvements should be improvements for the environment and improvements for business. How do you see the balance in terms of business imperatives?
Well, what I would probably just say is what we often go back to is the system that applies in Western Australia, where robust, independent advice on environmental impacts is provided to the Minister for Environment, and then the Minister brings that evidence to Cabinet, and then there is a discussion around the economic, social and environmental impacts of any given project, and then elected officials make a decision balancing those considerations. We think that's an appropriate set of governance arrangements for these sorts of decisions, because it recognises that the environment is important, but it's also important to make sure that we continue to generate the jobs and employment for people, particularly in regional Western Australia, from my perspective. And that's why we think that that sort of an approach and framework is entirely appropriate, because they're all important names and they should all be balanced, and that's good public policy.
Thank you. Now, I think both organisations are supportive of the state accreditation, and it has been put forward to this inquiry that means the standards would be watered down, which is absolutely not the reality of the legislation. What is it about that state accreditation? And now you've stepped me through the WA perspective, but maybe for the broader country, what are the advantages of a state accreditation, and do you see any risks?
Well, the state accreditation basically takes out a lot of the duplication. So, from the legislation requires that the state environment regulations would be required to meet the same level as the EPBC Act. So where you're going through an assessment of environmental factors at a state level, if they're at the same level as the Commonwealth, then there should be no need for duplication, and the Commonwealth should be able to recognise the work that's already been done by the state governments.
If I could add, Senator.
Yes, please.
I mean, I just don't think we'll reach the better for business objective without accreditation and bilaterals in place. That is absolutely fundamental. Industry's perspective is that They are an absolutely a necessary condition in order to achieve the better for business. Look, we think the ideal model is potentially there insofar as you have a national EPA which has the compliance assurance functions, and then you have accreditation to the states on the basis of nationally consistent standards, and that we think is an appropriate ideal model, and we'd like to get there as quickly as possible.
Okay, so it wouldn't water down the standards, it would just make the process more efficient.
Yes.
I think it ensures that the standards are being applied and on a nationally consistent basis. So I think it's an alignment between that national legislation and what's been applied at a state level. And we've seen plenty of examples in the past where having inadequate state standards, legislation, has led to suboptimal outcomes.
Thank you. And Mr McKellar, in your submission to the Productivity Commission, you articulated that the reform was necessary to achieve our renewable energy targets. Can you articulate why you think that's important?
Well, I think it is important. On the advice that I have, there have been a significant number of important renewable energy projects which have been coming forward for approval. I think the number that I recall is upwards of 96 projects over the period of the last 4 or 5 years to date. Until the end of last year, I think we'd seen 9 of those approved. So, clearly, one of the big issues that we face at the moment is the speed of that energy transition. Renewable energy, is a large part of the solution, and it has to come online at an appropriate speed. But if we're seeing projects being held back, then it does put at risk the targets that the government has articulated out to 2030 and now to 2035. If we're going to achieve those targets or get anywhere near them, then we know that we have to be able to get those significant grid-scale renewable projects through, up and running, constructed. At the moment, a lot of that is being held back, and it's been held back because the current legislation is failing.
May I, Senator?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so obviously the energy transition is built on solar and wind construction. Look, that requires a lot of minerals. So just a quick comment from a mining perspective. We need cobalt, we need aluminium, we need lithium, we need copper, we need nickel. The list goes on. So if we can't get those sorts of projects up under this framework, we either don't transition to a renewables energy system, or we import the mineral and energy needs we need to do that, which would directly compromise the federal government's future made in Australia vision, and would also mean that we potentially export the extraction and production of those minerals to industries that have higher emissions. In that, a case in point is the nickel industry, much of which has shifted to Indonesia, who have had to build about 15 gigawatts of coal-fired power in order to sustain those operations. And so I think that's a very important point in the context of this legislation as well.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that ACCI is a supporter of net zero by 2050. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. We've said that publicly on many occasions. So we do support the transition. We do support having that goal in place, and obviously, the provisions of the Paris Agreement. We would say there needs to be a level of ambition. We have previously supported the nationally determined contribution that the government outlined to 2030. Obviously, what's now in place for 2035, it's very challenging. It is ambitious, but I think industry has to put its best foot forward. We need a pathway. We need a plan in order to be able to continue that transition towards decarbonisation of the economy over the longer term. So that's our position.
Great, thank you. And do you see this legislation and the various elements of it that will assist in business development and assist in protecting our environment being essential to meeting those targets?
Well, I think it's complementary, and as I go back to the point about the renewable energy transition, so if there are significant projects like that which are subject or which do trigger assessment under EPBC, then we need timely decisions on those. So if we don't get timely decisions, then it will hold back the speed at which those projects can be brought to market, and that will curtail our ability to meet ambitious targets for in terms of the energy transition.
Great. Thank you very much for engaging in this process, and thank you for being here today. I really appreciate your evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. Look, I just wanted to pick up on the emissions reduction reporting issues in the bill. Do you have any suggested amendment to that provision? Mr Mora, to you first.
Well, for us, as I said, the fundamental amendment that we require is that we explicitly acknowledge within the legislation that reporting is not for the purpose of decision making. Ideally, we would like to see it removed to remove that red tape burden that Andrew spoke of as well. But a threshold issue for us is just making sure that it's very clear, consistent with the Minister's remarks at the National Press Club, that reporting is not to be accounted for in decision making.
And what about you, Mr McKellar?
Look, I think broadly similar. I think here, the area where we would be open to discuss how it is applied, obviously, is around those projects that would trigger the safeguard mechanism, or that would be affected under the threshold there. So I think, provided there is not that duplication, again, our view is that that should not be part of the assessment process as to whether or not a project is approved. So I think our preference is that it's not included, that you deal with those matters either through the safeguard mechanism or you deal with it through the existing greenhouse and energy reporting arrangements. That's strongly preferable. If you're going to keep any aspect of the reporting in this bill, then I think it should be aligned with the safeguard mechanism and nothing more.
But Mr McKellar, is that practical? I mean, as a decision maker, if you're looking at, say, two projects side by side, one emits 1,000 tonnes of emissions, the other project emits 25,000 tonnes of emissions. I'm just using some wild examples here. I mean, how can that not be influential in the decision maker's mind, even if it's not articulated on the page?
Well, I think that is a risk, and obviously it's our preference that that not be subliminally affecting decisions, because if you're in the safeguard mechanism, then clearly you are required to be making offsets. You're required to be meeting the requirements of that mechanism. So it's entirely consistent with our broader climate change and emissions arrangements, and I think that's the risk, that we're conflating two separate issues, and by including it in this legislation. So to go to that point, I think that's why we prefer that it not be included.
I think you can absolutely conclude that it would be accounted for. I mean, the information is provided in the context of getting an approval to a body that also has broader objectives around emissions. And so I think it's not far-fetched to be deeply concerned that reporting would absolutely be accounted for if it's not explicitly ruled out.
So it would be much better for the emissions reporting mechanism not to be in the bill at all?
That's the ideal, but at the very least it must be explicit that it's not to be accounted for.
It's also in the context, ACCI picks up a lot of sentiment from the business community, direct through surveys, etc., that red tape is a real issue for business in time, stress, compliance. And so if the government comes up with a proposition that needlessly requires information, that raises alarm bells. The minister at the press club specifically said that the emissions reporting will not be taken into account in project
And that's
approval
precisely my
decisions, which would make the provision of this information at great expense to the business community,
Of course.
definitionally redundant. It would be pure red tape. So we would say, why would we do this? It's just needless imposition of strain on the business community.
And of course that has consequences for the work that the business community is doing, including building roads, building houses, all the other things that happen across this economy.
Yeah.
Which of course can be stalled if there is this horrendous levels of red tape.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth noting that in other contexts, the government is pressing for tell us once regulation. So you don't have to provide information to one department here and another department there. But here it seems to be, proposing a tell us twice or proposal.
I mean, you don't have to agree with these words, but I would think the minister's being quite sneaky here. He's trying to have it both ways. If he's saying that the reporting of emissions reductions or emissions is not going to be taken into account, why then is business being required to jump through so many hoops?
Yes. We just think it's a needless imposition when the minister's already reassuring us that that information will not be taken into account. What will it do? Will it just sit inert in a filing cabinet in the agency? For what purpose would businesses be spending time, money, stress, collecting this information if it's just going to sit unused, unwatched?
Can I just say, we're concerned it's worse than the needless imposition. It's a dangerous imposition because it could potentially be taken and probably will be taken into account in decision making.
Of course. I mean, it's going to infect the mind of the decision maker in some way or another. Can I just also briefly ask you about, have you been able to estimate the total cost of the red tape burdens of the law as it currently stands and what would happen if there was no amendment to these bills?
We haven't made any specific estimate of the cost of red tape implied by the current legislation. That would be quite a difficult
burden.
task. But we know that it will present a significant burden on top of the existing accumulated burden of red tape and regulation. I think sometimes parliamentarians don't quite appreciate the impact of their decisions in Parliament, which can be pretty easily generated, but they set off a rolling wave of requirements for business.
Well, Mr Alexander, I'm going to take you up on that because this is why I've pressed this point, because initially you were saying we just want to make it clear that emissions reduction reporting is not used for decision making, but I've pushed back on that because I know that this requires an enormous burden on every single entity required to report this, as you've said also.
So what does Senator Henderson? No, I'm just trying to follow what you're...
Yes, I'm just agreeing that the emissions reduction reporting is a significant burden, so I really appreciate you clarifying that. Can I just ask you, what would be the practical implications if these bills were not passed until early next year?
Well, I think if the bills
are correct, if the bills are...
Yeah, if the bills are not passed, I mean, and with the amendments that we're talking about, then obviously there will be a number of decisions that are on foot at the moment, or consideration of approvals are on foot that will be further delayed. We think that's undesirable. It is preferable that we get an outcome as soon as possible, but it has to be...
With the amendments.
But it has to be it has to be workable. Now, in its current form, the bill doesn't pass that test. It needs to be amended. We urge the government to be open to those amendments. We've put them forward. Other business groups, other stakeholders have put forward amendments. There's a lot of common ground. We want to see that looked at, and we leave it to the Senate, we leave it to the Parliament to work out how quickly it can do that.
Thank you very much all for your evidence this morning. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Thank you for your evidence today and your appearance here, and thank you for the submission from CCIWA and in advance from the ACCI submission. If you've taken any questions or notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible, and you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Australia Institute. Let me get through the names and then I'll come to you.
I know, but I just...
No, it's good practice.
It is good practice.
It's good practice.
I think... And my husband...
Thank you. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear?
Dr Richard Dennis, Co-CEO of the Australia Institute.
Ms Fleur Ramsey, Barrister, Victoria Bar. I'm appearing with the Australian Institute.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just before we start, I just make a disclosure of interest that my husband sits on the board of the Australia Institute.
Thank you, Senator. I invite you to make a short statement and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to come along today. I'd start by saying that these bills, the so-called environmental protection bills, are more planning bills than environmental protection bills. Of course, the best way to protect the environment is to stop the things that are harming the environment. We know how to do this. We know that fossil fuels are causing climate change, which harm the environment. We know that native forest logging is an enormous threat to endangered species. And if we wanted to stop that environmental harm, we would stop that environmental harm. We didn't stop whaling by introducing new planning laws. We didn't stop asbestos mining by introducing new planning laws. And indeed, we didn't stop stone bench tops killing workers by introducing new planning laws. The Parliament said they wanted to stop harmful things, and that's the best way, I would argue, to stop harmful things. But leaving aside the obvious that we're not actually proposing to stop the biggest environmental threats under these so-called environmental protection laws, I'd like to focus in my statement about the flawed economics that sits underneath this legislation, particularly the flawed economics that sits underneath the offset provisions that sit within this bill. And then Fleur will talk about the Australia's international legal obligations, particularly in relation to the Pacific and the International Court of Justice. So again, the economics that sit under this bill are deeply flawed. Economics 101 says that markets work well when there's lots of buyers, lots of sellers, complete information, no transaction costs, and most importantly, homogenous products, similar products. When lots of people are buying and selling similar goods, markets often work very well. We see that at a fruit market, we see that at a fish market. But to be clear, there's a contradiction in the name biodiversity market. What we're trying to fix is the retention of biodiversity. We want diversity in our natural environment. When we rely on a market to generate diversity, there's an obvious contradiction. Markets work well when there's lots of buyers and sellers selling a similar product. Markets don't work well when we want lots of choice and lots of diversity for different kinds of products. So when the big four banks corner the market for home loans, or when the big two supermarkets corner the market for groceries, that's bad for consumers but good for them. But if four offset methods or two offset methods corner the market for biodiversity, by definition we will not have diversity. And a fundamental problem with this legislation is that it requires, or it allows, the existence of offsets that aren't like for like. That is, I can destroy some platypus habitat if someone else protects some possum habitat. And a bureaucrat is literally going to have to develop the platypus to possum exchange rate. I'm not kidding. A bureaucrat is going to have to develop exchange rates for different forms of environmental destruction. As someone who's lectured economics for 30 years, I promise you there is not a bureaucrat in the world trained to accurately determine what the exchange rate for one species versus another's habitat should be. Yet, under this proposal, we will have the restoration contribution holder is a public servant who will take effectively payments from developers, a cash payment to destroy a particular piece of natural heritage, and that restoration contribution holder will go off to try and buy some other piece of land to protect the environment. And if there's no possum land on the market, well, maybe we'll have to go with some swift parrot. If there's no platypus land on the market, we'll have to go with something else. So to be clear, when the Federal Public Service has said, let's use markets to fix aged care, to fix childcare, to fix water down the Murray, to fix disability care, we've seen enormous problems with the overconfidence of the Canberra bureaucracy when it comes to them inventing markets to solve complicated problems. But at least people can speak up for themselves. When the market for platypus collapses, no one but the Parliament that's designed this legislation will be able to hold that market to account. How would an endangered species go to court or ring a regulator to explain that yet again the market is failing? So finally, I would just point the Senate to the clear evidence from New South Wales where this is a tried and true failure. The New South Wales Parliament has this scheme in operation now. The Ken Henry review said it was failing. The New South Wales Auditor General said it was failing. It is failed at a state level, yet it is the foundations of the offset provisions in this. Just finally, before I hand over to Fleur, some people are very keen to see this bill pass because it will expedite the approval of new coal mines. It will expedite the approval of new gas projects. This bill, again, while the name might say environmental protection, is likely to do more harm to the environment than protection. But I would argue it's so poorly drafted, the consultation has been so poorly done, that at the moment we're probably likely to see business burdened with more costs, the environment actually harmed more, and strangely the government's main argument for passing this bill is that if everybody is opposed to it, they must have got the balance right. Well, if everybody thinks you're making a mistake, there is another possibility. You may well just be making a mistake. Fleur?
Thank you. I'm going to keep my introductory statement short, but I would like to discuss in more detail the obligations that Australia has under international law, particularly in relation to the general obligations around protecting the climate system, but also in relation to the Pacific. I am here with the Australian Institute, but I'm also representing three organisations from the Pacific region. The first is the Centre for Environmental Law and Community Rights in Papua New Guinea. The second is the Fiji Environmental Law Association, and the third is Piku Biodiversity. They would like to be heard separately if there is an inquiry in the beginning of next year. And they're coming with concerns that Australia has obligations that have been restated by the ICJ in its advisory opinion, which was delivered in July of this year, that Australia is not meeting its obligations, particularly to the Pacific region, because the Pacific region is currently suffering from the devastation of climate change. I was part of the ICJ process. I went to communities across the Pacific and I saw the devastation for myself, including sea level rise, people being displaced, forced off their lands which are fundamentally important to their their sense of identity and their cultural existence. And the International Court of Justice has clarified some very important aspects of international law, which is, under the Paris Agreement, which Australia is a party to, the temperature limit is 1.5. Parties no longer have discretion in relation to their national determined contributions in relation to that temperature agreement. So all parties together have to put on NDCs which are consistent with 1.5. Australia also has obligations in relation to any fossil fuel project in proper due diligence and assessing that, and these amendments fail to do that. And thirdly, Australia has obligations which the court said is directly relevant in relation to human rights, and including a right to a healthy environment, a right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. It's arguable that they said it's a customary, they didn't use the term customary, but they did say right, because it doesn't exist in treaty or under custom, but they say it's a precondition to the effective guarantee of human rights. And it will apply in an extraterritorial way, meaning Australia, whenever it's looking at its greenhouse gas emissions, including fossil fuels, now has obligations to the public in the Pacific to guarantee their right to a healthy environment. And I'm happy to amplify and to go through the particular aspects of what a due diligence would look like under the Act. It doesn't exist currently. It certainly isn't in the amendments, but it does require taking into account Scope 3 emissions, downstream emissions, which the court clarified is now in the control of Australia. So Australia can no longer say that those greenhouse emissions burnt somewhere else belongs to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Firstly, Ms Ramsey, given your work with the Pacific communities in particular on climate, I'd just like to ask you first up, have you got any comments to make of Australia dumping the efforts to win the COP bid yesterday?
I'd prefer not to answer that question.
Fair enough. I mean, for the record, I think the government, I think it's a total diplomatic failure. A total diplomatic failure. And if Australia couldn't get the bid when most other countries supported us, and it's going to Turkey at the cost of the Pacific, I think this is I don't know what's going on at DFAT, but they're not very good at their job. Dr Dennis, I think the point you make around offsets is really interesting. There's obviously already an offset regime within the existing law, but what you're saying is that these changes kind of broaden it out, because at the moment it is like for like, okay? So is your concern, it's not only just not like for like, but then there's also this cash payment. If you can't find a like for like, then you just pay the money, and that is what creates the non-like for like. Is that the point? It's the payment to destroy which undermines the system.
Well, I'd argue both do. So At the moment, you're correct. There's an offset scheme that says if I destroy 10 hectares of platypus habitat here, if I protect 10 hectares of platypus habitat over there, maybe the platypus aren't any worse off. Now, there's lots of problems with that approach. There's all sorts of problems with like-for-like offsetting, to be clear. But what's being proposed in this set of amendments is that we can abolish like-for-like. And we're moving to a scheme where if I'm going to destroy 10 hectares of platypus habitat and there's no obvious place where I can find some habitat to restore or protect for the platypus to move to, it's never quite clear how the platypus know where to move to, but leaving that aside, under these amendments, I'm allowed to destroy platypus habitat A in exchange for protecting swift parrot habitat B or some other habitat, an unrelated habitat. So like-for-like offsetting is being abolished under this legislation. The idea that you can offset one kind of biodiversity with another form of biodiversity is being introduced, and that's the inherent contradiction. It's the diversity that we value, not the quantity of hectares that have got animals living on it, but the actual diversity of the species and the ecosystems. So the moving from like-for-like habitat to any kind of habitat for another kind of habitat with an exchange rate is deeply problematic and contradicts the idea of diversity. But then, as you say, there's a third problem here, and that is that if the property developer or the coal mine owner can't find any block of land to do any kind of offsetting, they just get to pay a destruction levy to the Commonwealth Government, to the restoration contribution holder. They just pay a fixed fee to some person who works in the Department of Environment, and then it becomes the government's problem at some point in the future to go and secure some other block of land. So again, it's hard to understand how the possums or the platypus or the parrots ever made it from block A to block B. Now we've introduced time where the developer is allowed to destroy the platypus habitat today, and the restitution contribution holder, the public servant, might sit on the cash for 5 years before buying an unrelated block of land somewhere else. So where was the biodiversity when the money was in the bank? Where was the species being propagated when the money was in the bank? Under this proposed amendment, a property developer will literally be allowed to destroy a block of land today or build a coal mine today in exchange for putting some cash in a Commonwealth bank account, and then at some point in the future a public servant will spend that money buying another block of land, and there's not an ecologist in the country who will explain how the species behave while the money is in the bank being unspent. And to be clear, that's exactly what's happening in New South Wales right now. This is not hypothetical. Their equivalent of the restitution contribution holder just can't spend the money. So where are the endangered species living after the block of land is destroyed and before the public servant buys a block of land somewhere?
Yes, I was going to ask how similar this is to the failed New South Wales system that's been discredited even by the Commonwealth Auditor General. So thank you for clarifying that. Could I ask about, we're hearing, the government wants this bill through. The Senate's, we've set our time frame, but, the powers that be don't like that. Do you think this bill is an improvement or a step backwards from the status quo? Because we all know that the status quo isn't protecting the environment either.
I think it's a step backwards in multiple domains. I think it's a step backwards for the environment. I think it's a step backwards for a bunch of businesses. I think everyone except the government is going to be worse off if this bill passes in its current form. And again, that seems to be the government's main argument. If everyone's criticising it, they must have got the balance right. But were this bill to pass in its current form, I think you would create burdens for existing businesses. I think some businesses will find it harder to do things than easier, and we will do more harm to the environment. Now, I don't know, but I wouldn't add a lot of salt and a lot of sugar to my food to have no impact on the taste. The fact that we're just trying to throw some amendments around to buy off particular groups, rather than think, what is the point of this legislation? Can we agree on what the goals of the legislation are, and does the legislation as drafted achieve those goals? That is why we need a decent inquiry into the legislation, because, the Australia Institute, to be clear, was not consulted in the drafting of this bill. Most groups, most ecologists concerned with this weren't consulted. And the fact the government found a couple of environment groups that they consulted with in the hope that would kind of be enough to convince the public or the Senate to pass the bill. Well, A, I think that's cynical, but B, it's failed because the Australia Institute was one of over 130 groups signing a public letter last week calling on the Senate to not pass the bill in this form because the government's consultation has been so strategic in selecting the groups it felt like consulting with. I don't know what the consultation with others was like, but the Institute obviously expressed a lot of concern with the offsets in the nature repair market bill. I'd have thought a government department or indeed a minister that wanted to design better laws would have gone to the people who exposed the problems with the last time this legislation showed up in Parliament and said, how could we make it better? But of course they haven't come to us. They've gone to the groups who either don't care or don't know.
Well, it's interesting because we just heard from the Chamber of Commerce of WA and the Australian Chamber of Commerce group that they've been having regular, very frequent communications and meetings with the Minister. They seem all very tight. So, again, good for business, not so good for the koalas.
Well, maybe rename the legislation then. But, you know, again, I've also seen that the Business Council has said don't pass the bills in this form. So, to be clear, the Australia Institute and the Business Council of Australia are as one on this. The legislation that's been proposed I don't think actually achieves its stated objectives. And indeed, that's why, at the moment, I think these bills will make things worse for the environment. Maybe that's the objective, but if so, be clear about it. But if not, let's have an inquiry into it to get to the bottom of it.
Could I ask about the concerns of what this means for expanding fossil fuels? And happy for either of you to, or both of you to answer this. We've got a number of concerns that, despite all the talk of the streamlined process needing to be used for renewable energy or housing projects, the department's telling us at least 60% and then up to 80%, if not more, of all approvals will go through this streamlined process. That, of course, means fossil fuels, doesn't it?
Yes. Fleur, do you want to go first?
Can you go first?
Sure. Look, you can tell from who is most enthusiastic about ensuring this bill passes what the real objectives of this are. And the mining industry, who proudly said they were responsible for blocking the passage of similar legislation in the last term, the same people who proudly said they blocked the passage last term are enthusiastically calling for it to pass now. So I don't think there's any mystery behind who the major beneficiaries of this are. That said, the current environment laws haven't done much to protect or to stop new coal and gas being built, but to the extent that the laws do have appeals processes and other things in them, this legislation is going to make it harder to stop those projects, not easier. Indeed, that's why so many in the fossil fuel industry, I think, are so keen to see it pass. So, to be clear, what the climate science says, what the UN Secretary-General says, what the International Energy Agency says, is if Australia, and that's a big if, is trying to stop climate change going past 1.5 degrees, then no new coal and gas should be built. That's what the science says, that's what the UN Secretary-General says, that's what the International Energy Agency says. But of course in Australia we reject that science. And when I say we, I mean our governments reject that science, and we're approving new gas and coal all the time. And sadly, this legislation will, like the subsidies we have for fossil fuels, like the tax breaks we have for fossil fuels, I think is going to exacerbate and speed up that approvals process. I think that's a reason to block the bills, but clearly the mining industry think that's a reason to support the bills.
Yeah, just from the perspective of Australia's obligations under international law, as clarified by the International Court of Justice, Australia has a duty to regulate fossil fuel production. That's very clear, and it's a standard of due diligence, and it has to be at a stringent standard. So a streamlined assessment process would not meet that. It would require something like an environmental impact statement, and I think probably a public inquiry, because all Australians now have a right to a healthy environment under international customary law. Australia has to take that into account, so a public inquiry would be the appropriate forum for fossil fuels. It has to take into the best available science. There's nothing really in the Act which mandates what the Minister takes into account in relation to a fossil fuel project. Would have to take into account Scope 3 emissions as Australia's problem, not whoever burns it downstream.
So the fact that that disclosure at this point, which is a new clause,
Yep.
explicitly only has Scope 1 and 2, you're saying that's undermining of our commitments.
It would be in breach of Australia's commitments to not assess Scope 3 under international law as it currently stands, as the ICJ has clarified. And so it also requires taking into account, in this part of this environmental assessment process, requires taking into account international rules and standards, which includes international law, includes the collective temperature goal. And we know from the International Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, from the International Energy Agency, from other organisations that no new or expanded fossil fuel project can be approved in line with 1.5. It can't be mitigated under the Paris Agreement. And so Australia has very high, stringent due diligence obligations in relation to any new fossil fuel project, and it has to take into account all of these matters. It's not the emissions itself which will be a wrongful act under international law, which then means that Australia is liable. It's the lack of the process. It's a lack of the decision-making. It's a lack of preventing significant harm to the climate system. And I just want to make clear, the International Court of Justice said that the threshold for the customary duty, so there's a duty under custom which Australia is obligated to undertake, which is to prevent harm to the environment. That includes the climate system. And if it fails to do so, then it then has to do everything it can to prevent that harm. And under this current scenario that you can't mitigate it, they have to do this due diligence process, a very high due diligence process, and to take into account all of these matters. And likely, if they do approve it, they then have to consult with other states because of a duty to cooperate. They're undermining the collective temperature goal. So there's a lot of things that Australia has to do. It's currently not doing. It's not in the amendments. And the Act as it currently stands, at least in the way that the full federal court has interpreted it, doesn't deal well with Scope 3 emissions at all. So currently there is a complete lack at the federal level of adequately dealing with fossil fuel developments and assessing them the way they should be assessed in accordance with human rights, international law, and the duty to prevent significant harm to the climate system.
So not only are we not taking into consideration the emissions of Scope 1 and 2, but we're not even accounting for Scope 3 at all.
Not in the amendments. And so if there is a fossil fuel development, then often the Minister will take into account Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 as part of the assessment. But there's nothing mandating the Minister to do that. And certainly the lack of information around Scope 3 now would be in breach, at least in relation to what the ICJ has said, which is that those emissions belong to Australia. Scope 3 belongs to Australia because there's no other purpose for coal, gas and oil but to combust it. So it's part of the action.
Thank you. Chair, you want me to share the call?
I was going to give the call to Senator Henderson if you were seeking it. Sorry, I picked an inopportune moment to do that. Do you want to keep going for a couple more minutes?
I'm munching on
Senator
a piece
Hanson-Young,
of
if you have more questions, or I can...
I will, but look, I'm happy to share. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you both. Look, I just wanted to, obviously you've vehemently opposed to the legislation in its current form. Is it fixable in your view?
Oh, of course. But I think the process that's led to this was a process that wasn't really set out to look for those fixes. I mean, think about the language the government's used. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. No, it's not. It's just this parliament feels like doing it. There was a proposal to change environmental protection laws in the last parliament, but Labor couldn't get them through. So a lot of the rhetoric is if we don't fix it now, we'll never fix it. I don't understand why that's the case. There's lots of talk about it's 5 years since the Samuel Review reported. Yes, Labor's been in power for 4 of those 5 years. So they've put it off.
Big fail by Labor.
Well, indeed, but I think so much of the rhetoric is how much longer can we keep putting it off? It's like, well, I suppose as long as you want. So could it be fixed? Yes, of course it could be fixed. But to fix it, the government would need to be clear, which it hasn't been. What is its objectives here? What is it trying to achieve? What are the things it's willing to sacrifice? What are the trade-offs? Because you can't make everybody happy. But rather than admitting that it can't make everybody happy, as I said before, the political strategy here seems to be to just make everybody sad and then to prove that they got the balance right. So I think the problem with this legislation is that the legislation was actually created to upset people. It was created to make some businesses sad. It was created to make some environmental groups sad so that the government could say, look, getting the balance right. That's not the point of legislation. And to be clear, yes, I'm concerned about the environment. Yes, I'm concerned about climate change. Yes, I'm concerned about destruction of native forest logging. But as a citizen and as an economist, that's not a reason to have badly designed laws that inconvenience business. Like, I don't want to punish business with bad regulation. I don't want to punish business with bad legislation. I'd like us to solve the problems that are in front of us. Whereas what this legislation does isn't really state what the problem it's trying to fix is and then show, look, we've done a pretty good job of fixing it. It's literally just spreading unhappiness evenly around society, saying, well, I suppose we've waited this long, we better do something. So, of course, it could be fixed. And maybe at the end of the legislation, at the end of the inquiry, I'll still think it's poor legislation. That's possible. It's a democracy. I can live with that. But I think it has such gaping problems with it now that are going to inconvenience and expense business, that are going to fail to protect the environment. The idea that we should therefore rush it through in its existing form makes... Well, I can see the political logic for the government. It just gets the problem off its to-do list. It stops the environment groups who it hasn't consulted with, criticising it over the length of a proper inquiry. I can see the politics of trying to rush it through, but as an economist, I think inconveniencing business is not some sort of substitute for protecting the environment. Like, if we can't protect the environment, I don't think inconveniencing business is the second best thing to do. I'd rather have an efficient economy, not just an inefficient economy and a bad set of environmental laws.
Can you see where you might, in terms of the concerns that you have, can you see where you might be able to compromise? Because there are some inherent conflicts, aren't there?
Well, of course, but that's why the government needs to be clear about what the objective is. It seems the objective of the government here is to pass some legislation. I think that's the primary objective.
Maybe it's to undermine the previous minister, Ms Plebiscite.
Look, I think, obviously she had seemed to have secured a deal in the last parliament, a deal that this government unwound. So again, the fact that it's 5 years since the Samuel Review, who cares? It was only 3 years ago last time we looked at it. So, look, I'm trying to answer your question in good faith. My willingness to compromise, I don't think, is the key thing. I'm giving evidence about what I think is the failed design of the offset scheme. It's just bad. And the New South Wales Auditor General says it's bad. Ken Henry says it's bad. And just to be clear, the Samuel review that we've heard so much about, Graham Samuel didn't propose this version of offsetting.
No, and Graham Samuel did not propose this version of the EPA.
Correct.
He recommended a commissioner, not a CEO, with different powers.
Right. So, all these things are just getting thrown around. Once in a generation, 5 years since Samuel, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Well, actually, the Parliament needs to ask, well, what is this bill trying to achieve, and is it trying to achieve it? And if it's trying to achieve environmental protection, I can't see how it's going to do that. And the New South Wales scheme makes clear that it hasn't worked there, so why would we expect it to work federally? And the business community, if the purpose of the bill is to speed up coal mine approvals, well, I don't know, there were 14 of those approved by this government in the last 3 years. So I don't know what the objective is, but it's clearly not to protect the environment. It's clearly not to learn from the New South Wales experience. Whether some business groups are happy for it to pass as is, I don't know, that's for them to decide. But my advice, my evidence to this committee is it's not going to deliver on the vague objectives it stated, and it could obviously be improved with better consultation and amendments to the amendments. And the only reason to rush it through seems to be so that Labor doesn't have to put up with hard questions from the environment groups or the business groups. And maybe those hard questions should be answered rather than just brushed aside.
Thank you very much for your evidence this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Hanson-Young, do you have more questions? Or
Look, I think everything that I was going to ask has been covered. Perhaps the only other remaining issue, Dr. Dennis, is native forest logging. We had the Forestry Association in front of us yesterday, who were at pains to say that they don't get any, that the logging industry doesn't receive any public subsidies. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct from an economic point of view. It's not correct from any accounting point of view, and it's widely accepted both within the governments that provide the subsidies that that's the case. Now, of course, most people in Australia receiving subsidies just like to rely on rhetorical tricks to deny they're receiving subsidies, while the cash transactions make clear that the opposite's the case. But if you use definitions of subsidy by well-known leftist organisations like the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank or the OECD, using those criteria, they clearly receive subsidies. And to suggest otherwise suggests that they wouldn't mind if state and federal governments stopped providing a long list of cash supports and other underwriting that I'd be happy to share with you. So, yeah, if they really want to own the idea that they're not receiving any subsidies, surely they won't squeal too loud when things defined as subsidies by the IMF, World Bank and OECD are removed.
Hundreds of millions of dollars worth.
Hundreds of millions of dollars over decades, and for what? To be clear, we're in an economy at the moment where skilled labour is in short supply. The idea that without subsidising the destruction of native forest logging, there wouldn't be jobs for people with skills to go to is ridiculous. And if we need to help particular regions, and that is always the case, there are clearly better ways to help regions that have missed out on national economic activity. There are clearly better ways to support regions of Australia than through the medium of the destruction of a particular resource. So if we're going to spend money, we should think, what's the best way to help the community?
Yes. Yes, I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars spent propping up an industry. Imagine if a fraction of that was spent directly engaging those workers and helping them do something other than destroying critical habitat. I am concerned that the government has failed in this package to deliver on one of the core recommendations from the Samuel Review, and that was to remove the exemption in the law that allows native forest logging to happen without having to abide by the federal Environment Protection Act. That seems to me a huge hole in this whole process.
Absolutely, which is again why I come back to what's an accurate title for this bill, but more importantly, what are the objectives? If you were to ask an ecologist what's the best way to protect native species, they'd say protect the habitats they live in. Well, we have economic activities that are specifically carved out of the environmental protection regime, and those specific activities are the destruction of habitats for native species. So again, if, and it's a big if, we were sincere about trying to protect biodiversity, we wouldn't carve out any economic activity, let alone an economic activity like native forest logging, whose purpose is to destroy the habitats of native species. So again, if the government wants to own that and say, look, we don't really care about protecting those kind of species, okay, say it out loud. But to have a bill that suggests you do, to have all this rigmarole that you make other businesses jump through all these hoops, and then you say to the business that literally takes chainsaws to the homes of endangered species and say, but these laws don't apply to you. They apply to this wind farm, they apply to this property development, they apply to this infrastructure project. Everyone else in the country has to be really careful before they pick up a chainsaw. But if your whole industry is picking up a chainsaw, sorry, I didn't want to inconvenience you, carry on as you were. That's not environmental protection.
No, maybe the Minister has said the quiet bit out loud in a way. He made a big thing in the chamber, I remember, saying that how could the Greens possibly vote against a bill that was called the Environment Protection Reform Act? And it feels like this is more of a PR political fix than it is actual environmental protection.
Well, and that's the point I was trying to make to Senator Henderson before. I think that, I call these bluff bills, where the government puts up a piece of legislation that's just designed to attract criticism, either to shift the debate or to prove how centrist the government is by, the hostility directed their way. So, yes, I think calling it an environmental protection bill is designed to say, ha, Greens, you'll have to vote for this. Similarly, they want some business groups to oppose it. See, the business groups oppose protecting the environment. The Greens don't think it protects the environment enough. Look at us getting the balance right in the middle. Maybe, but there's no evidence to suggest that
it might just be a crap bill.
It could just be a crap bill.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I thank the Australia Institute for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, I didn't think you did, but please come back as soon as you can. I would also, and thank you for your time and the effort it takes to prepare for these things and make submissions and give evidence, so appreciate that.
Thank you.
I will now welcome representatives from the Aluminium Council.
Good morning, Chair.
By video conference. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you. My name is Margaret Johnson and I am the CEO of the Australian Aluminium Council.
Thank you very much. I invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Senators. So the Australian Aluminium Council represents the bauxite mining, alumina refining and aluminium smelting and downstream processing industries which have been operating in Australia for more than 70 years. The Council and its members have for some time supported reforms to the EPBC Act, which deliver both more effective and efficient approval processes and improved outcomes for Australia's environment. We believe the bill in its current form requires some amendments to ensure that it can deliver both these better environmental outcomes and is workable for business. And there are a number of issues that we outlined in our submission, but notably the definition of unacceptable impacts. Australia is one of the very few countries which has bauxite mining, alumina refining, aluminium smelting and aluminium extrusion industries. And aluminium is one of only two commodities which go from the raw material, where the raw materials are mined and processed, all the way to a consumer product right here in Australia. But the ongoing success of Australia's aluminium industry requires an integrated system of policies and in this case, importantly, including an environmental approvals process which provides timely approvals necessary to continue to access not only our bauxite reserves, but also to be able to the approvals necessary to support the energy transition. Passing this legislation would be one important step in our view once the amendments are taken in helping Australia's vertically integrated aluminium industry to secure existing facilities and unlock future opportunities. Happy to take questions from the committee.
Thank you very much. I'm looking in the direction of the coalition.
Thank you.
Senator Duniam.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Thanks, Ms Johnson, for coming along and for your submission as well. Looking at your submission, you've got a range of issues you specifically have highlighted as concerns that need to be addressed. So accepting that in the Council's view, those changes need to be made in order for the bill to pass. I just want to step through some of the things you've gone through there. I might start with the climate disclosures. You've suggested inserting provisions into the Environment Information Australia Bill and removing them from where they are presently. So you're okay with the disclosures being added into the reforms we're talking about here? Other witnesses have said they'd prefer not to see this at all, given, and I suspect your members are caught up in this as well, other legislation deals with these requirements, safeguard, etc. What's your pitch here?
So look, we definitely support the primacy of the safeguard mechanism as the primary vehicle by which the emissions should be reported and managed. And so duplicative policies do not enhance business or government productivity. I think that's something we all know, which is why we think that the safeguard mechanism should be the primary mechanism. There are a couple of different ways in order to make that clearer. We understand that it's only intended that the emissions are provided for transparency. They could be not provided, as you suggest, and as some others have suggested, but certainly to make it clearer than it is at the moment, we think that at least that should be removed into the Environment Information Australia Bill. But there are multiple ways in which that, the primacy of the safeguard could be addressed, and you've suggested some alternate pathways. We don't have a particular preference. We just think it needs to be clear, in which ways that it could be managed.
And just on that, I mean, the point's been made by others that there's been assurances provided that the information that will be disclosed won't be used as part of the assessment process. And that may be so, and so it begs the question then, why? Beyond transparency, I'm unsure, given safeguards plays the role that it does. What protections do you think need to be put in place to ensure, or do you think protections need to be put in place to ensure that this information does not somehow, over the course of time, if not immediately, find its way into the decision-making process related to the EPBC laws after these bills pass?
I think to your point, Senator, while the information, as long as that information is provided and it is sitting before a decision maker, then there is always that risk. And as we heard from a previous presentation earlier this morning, there's always that risk when you've got two numbers in front of you that you might inadvertently look at them and make some comparisons, form some opinions. And therefore, by removing it and placing it clearly either into Environment Information Australia or removing it from the bill, as you suggested earlier, then that removes it from those decision-making it removes it from the eyes of the decision-maker.
So your bottom line is there do need to be some protections put in place, if not your suggestion of taking it out of where it currently sits and moving it to EIA, some protection to put up a ring fence around the information. Okay. Then just to the net gain test, you're saying there shouldn't be a net gain test and instead it should be considered through subsequent consultation associated with the development of the delegated legislation and regulations. Can you just step me through that, please, and your reasoning behind it?
We're not opposed to the net gain concept in principle, but the current drafting is very ambiguous. And we think that having drafting which is ambiguous would potentially result in significant challenges because it can be interpreted in so many different ways. Therefore, we think that that is one where that sits better in regulation. That is one where we can't see an easy set of amendments that could be made, and therefore it should sit where it goes through further consultation next year with subordinate legislation and regulations.
Okay, so just in terms of some of the pitfalls related to regulation or subordinate legislation, obviously these things can happen quickly without consultation, despite assurances being provided. Have you had any conversations with the Minister or the government around this pathway you're proposing here, and any assurances around how that could be dealt with?
I think there are always risks with any legislative passage. I guess by leaving the net gain test where it currently is in the legislation, the risk alternatively is that that is then locked in and is much harder to change in the future. So that is a risk that we think is too high. And as I said, hence we think that the bills, as we support their passage this year with amendments, but one of those amendments should be the removal of that to allow further time for consultation. We can't see an easy amendment that would fix that.
Okay, all right, that's clear to me, thank you. And so just then, if we can go to the EPA, in terms of its role, you're very clear that the assessment function should remain within the department. I presume that also relates to approvals, not just assessment. I assume that's implied in that, so it's assessment and approval within, and that the EPA would then be an assurance and compliance entity, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, and so just from the council's point of view, why try and seek to restructure it that way?
There's a real risk, I think, that so the Minister is an elected representative. They are best placed to consider not only the environmental, but other economic and social factors holistically in the public interest. And so it's vital to make sure that there are safeguards to prevent future delegations to the EPA that mean that we haven't got the of benefits or risks associated with any project being considered by a delegated authority. We think that that best sits with the Minister. The Minister may delegate that largely to the department, but we think that that is the better outcome.
Okay, all right, that is clear to me. Finally then from me, just with regard to the governance of the EPA, has anyone put to you, and I presume in your conversations with government, you've offered up the council's view that the statement of expectations from a government should be binding on the CEO. Have you been given any good policy reason as to why that would not be the case?
We would expect the statement of expectations to be binding, as you say, in the same way that they are on, other CEOs of other government agencies, and that they should need to be responded to by the CEO to make sure that they are that the agency is delivering against government expectations, where they may change over time. And that is a way, that statement of expectations is one of the ways in which the Minister of the day, noting that that may change in the future, can clearly articulate the wishes of government, which reflect the full suite of economic and social factors that the country faces at that time.
Okay, and so, but just in your conversations with government, be that at ministerial level or within the department, have they indicated why they wouldn't pursue your suggestion here? And to note, of course, you're not the only group that have suggested a similar approach.
We haven't had an alternate view put, let's say that.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to Senator Anandaraja.
Chair, and thank you for your submission. Can I just go to some really basic questions? As you know, housing and renewable energy are two national priorities for us. Why is aluminium relevant to these industries?
So aluminium, as per my opening statement, aluminium is, in terms of housing, we are one of the mine-to-market ways in which we actually, housing is one of our major customers for our extrusion presses, which operate around the country. And indeed, the fact that we actually have a mine-to-market pathway During COVID, we saw that it was very hard to import things into Australia, and without Australia's integrated sovereign capability within the aluminium sector, we would have seen even bigger problems in terms of being able to supply not just the housing industry, the medical industry, the shipbuilding industry, transport, defence, a range of domestic industries. So that is really key. Aluminium is key to that. Equally, aluminium, we have an interesting position in terms of renewable energy in that aluminium is one of the materials most widely used in every renewable energy application, be that solar panels, including the fact that we can, again, from mine to market, make the aluminium that goes into solar panels, wind towers, batteries, electrical cabling, again, from mine to market, we can make some of the parts needed out of aluminium. Equally, we are a very large energy user, as everybody knows, and we are one of the main one of the biggest challenges that we have in terms of decarbonising some of our electricity sources and changing to renewables in the future is the pace of environmental approvals for those renewable energy projects. So we need to be able to make the aluminium here in Australia, so we need the approvals for the bauxite mining to fundamentally underpin that, but we also need the environmental approvals for the renewable energy projects which will use aluminium, but where we will be a key user of that electricity.
That's a great point. So given that you are such a high user of energy and you clearly we want obviously Australian industry to rely more on renewable energy going forward, what do you see as the key improvements in this bill for industry?
So we think that some of the key improvements in the bill are things like the national interest proposal, the 28-day appeals limit, the ability to undertake preliminary works, the primacy of the safeguard mechanism, notwithstanding the previous discussion that I had with Senator Duniam, and the establishment of a restorations contribution fund. So we think that, plus aspects of the streamlined pathway, will make it better for business while also making it better for the environment.
And why is the Restorations Fund, why is that appealing to industry? We did hear from the property developers yesterday, and they felt that a lot of property developers don't have the competency or the expertise to be able to choose offsets or understand the landscape, and so welcomed a restoration fund, provided the implementation is good. What are your views on this?
So some of my members, as you would know, are larger companies, and I would say that they do have the skills and they operate in certain regions where they have a very good understanding of the ecology and biodiversity of that region, and they would undertake very specific offsetting actions. And for them, they may or may not need that restorations contribution fund. However, what we also have across our membership is a range of smaller members. So my members range from big multinationals whose names you would know through to small, literally sort of SME-sized businesses. And as similar to the Property Council, having a range of different ways that suit and be able to provide access to all the different businesses in Australia that need to interact with this bill, we think is key in order to deliver, again, the best possible set of outcomes for the business, but also the best possible set of outcomes for the environment.
So there's some flexibility there. Talk to me a little bit about your views on this bill devolving powers to the states. There is a state accreditation scheme which is in keeping with Graham Samuel's recommendations, actually. What are your views on this?
Yes. So one of the big challenges that we have had under the current process is certainly the long and duplicative timeframes that we can get at the moment with state and federal processes are a significant barrier for business and for investment in Australia. And you've got to remember that when we operate here in Australia, we are competing, particularly in the bauxite mining industry, against Guinea, China, Indonesia, and other nations where approvals take months. Whereas in Australia, I think the Samuel's review found that the average was 3 years. Our experience in recent times is it's more like 7 years. And the duplicative nature of that process is something which takes a lot more time. Devolving that to the states and allowing that accreditation, we believe, would be a really key factor. It will take time to set that up, and that's one of our concerns that needs some minor amendments, but devolving it to the states to help minimise that duplication we think would be key.
Some of those competitor countries, my final question, Chair, that you mentioned would not have anywhere near the same environmental safeguards that we have here in Australia, even now with our poor EPBC Act. Talk to us a little bit about why strengthening environmental protections is important to your industry, particularly around social licence.
So our industry, as I said, we're not looking to reduce the impact on the environment. Our industry is one that has always, we have operated here for more than 70 years. You don't operate in a country for more than 70 years without seeking to maintain good relationships with your communities. And I would say of the more than 75,000 people that we employ around the country, directly and indirectly, most of those people live and work in the regions in which we operate. So we have a small percentage of FIFO, but very largely we operate in southwest WA, we operate across Cape York, we operate in regions like Gladstone. You can't operate in communities and at the same time not have a high regard for the environment. These communities live and work, and they choose to do so because they also value the environment in which we operate. So if you're an industry that operates for 70 years and we seek to be here for decades to come, we need to maintain that social licence, but also, I guess, our environmental licence, and we do that on a global scale. We are well regarded in terms of our performance on a global scale in the bauxite mining industry.
So you're saying your workforce is proximate to the industry, so they will be highly invested in ensuring the environment is also protected.
Correct. Our workforce very largely lives and works in the regions in which we operate. In diverse regions, from literally from the furthest tip of Cape York through to the southernmost part of southwest WA.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. If that's where we're landing, we will go to a short break of 15 minutes and we will be back at 10:23. Thank you.
Just to be precise, Chair.
I will now welcome representatives of the Australian energy producers by video conference and Coal Australia by video conference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record today, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? We'll go Australian energy producers first and then Coal Australia, please. We have silence at this end. Will the representatives of the Australian energy producers please state your names and capacities in which you appear today?
Good morning, Senators. Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, apologies for that. Samantha McCulloch, Chief Executive, Australian Energy Producers.
Kel Dutton, I'm the State Territory General Manager of Australian Energy.
Thank you. And representatives from Coal Australia?
Good morning, Senators. Thank you. My name is Stuart Bocking. I'm the CEO of Coal Australia.
Thank you very much. I'll now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and then at the conclusion of those remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Good morning. Thank you, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an opening statement and appear this morning. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that we're joining you from today here in Perth, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Australia's natural gas sector is essential to Australia's energy security and economic prosperity. Natural gas provides more than a quarter of Australia's primary energy needs, while contributing more than $100 billion a year to the national economy and supporting 215,000 jobs. As the Australian Government's Future Gas Strategy confirmed, natural gas will remain an essential part of Australia's energy mix to 2050 and beyond, and we will need continued investment in gas exploration and development to meet Australia's future energy needs. However, Australia is not bringing enough new gas supply online to guarantee our long-term energy needs. On the East Coast, the Australian Energy Market Operator and the ACCC forecast gas shortfalls by the end of the decade and have identified environmental approval delays as a key reason for project delays and declining investment. Assessments under the Act can take several years, delaying critical projects and adding significant costs at a time when bringing on new gas supply is so critical. The current system is complex.
Sorry, we've
it's
just.
Not working for
I'm sorry,
business
we just lost that sentence.
We're still on.
Technology.
Yes.
Sorry, Senators. I think we've got a technical. Can you still hear us?
We can still hear you. We missed the last sentence.
Sorry, I will. I'm saying that the current system is complex, slow, and uncertain. It's not working for business or the environment, and reform is overdue. Australian Energy Producers welcomes the government's intent to modernise the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act to deliver faster and simpler approvals. We do urge careful consideration and analysis of the proposed legislation to ensure that the reforms deliver faster and simpler environmental assessments and do not inadvertently add to the complexity, duplication and delays in the current system. Chair, our industry supports evidence-based regulation that strikes a balance between improving environmental outcomes and providing certainty and timely decision-making for industry. As we say in our submission, Australian Energy Producers believes that with targeted amendments, this legislation can achieve that balance. If industry's key concerns can be addressed, Australian Energy Producers would support the bills being passed, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr Bocking.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry today. Coal Australia represents many of the coal producers in Australia, with the bulk of activities occurring in Queensland and New South Wales. It is a sector that has a lived prosperity. Generations of families and communities have enjoyed the benefits that are derived from coal mining. It delivers thousands of well-paid jobs in our cities, as well as regional communities, It helps to broaden our skills base, drives innovation on a range of fronts, generates billions of dollars in economic activity, and contributes billions of dollars more to the states through royalties. Modernising and streamlining the EPBC approval process will ensure that coal mine extensions and expansions can be assessed in a timely manner, providing greater certainty for proponents, minimising the risk of court challenges, and ensuring Australia can continue to deliver its high-energy, low-emissions coal to the world while ever demand for that product continues. Last year, global demand for coal reached 8.8 billion tonnes. This year, the International Energy Agency has forecast it to top 9 billion tonnes. When it comes to steel production, Queensland's quality coking coal remains the gold standard. If we want improved public transport, metro trains, better infrastructure, then we need steel. Steel is a key component for wind turbines and other types of renewables projects. Minerals such as cobalt and lithium are also vital for batteries. And put simply, whether it's coal or other minerals, we will need more mines. Our environmental and planning laws must be fit for purpose. Capital funding will quickly find another home if projects are tied up in unnecessary duplication, red and green tape, outdated processes that have the potential to make a rigorous and lengthy process even longer. Rather than deterring investment, we should be embracing it. Australia is blessed with an abundance of valuable commodities like coal. Energy abundance can be one of our great competitive advantages. Our Commonwealth planning and environmental framework needs to assess each project on its merits, not according to the political stripes of the government of the day, and not according to which projects we like and others we don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now go to the Coalition and I think Senator McDonald.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all those giving evidence this morning. Ms McCulloch from Australian Energy Producers, if I could start with you. What are your key concerns with the bills as they are currently drafted?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. As I said in the opening remarks, we absolutely support the objective of modernising the EPBC framework, but we do still have several concerns with the bills in their current form. We do think these are concerns that could be addressed. Firstly, it's around the proposed national environmental standards. We think these really need to be at the heart of the new system. They need to be clear and measurable and give certainty to proponents, communities and governments alike, and also provide the foundation for accrediting state and territory processes. We think the unacceptable impact test needs to be objective and legally robust. Subjective definitions, as currently contained in the Act, really risk inconsistent decisions and greater uncertainty. We need clear thresholds to ensure that those genuinely high-risk projects can be ruled out early, while low-risk proposals can move ahead with confidence. We think the net gain framework needs to be workable also. This should really align with existing state and territory offset schemes. It should offer flexible pathways like on-site mitigation and restoration contributions, and it should be backed by transparent governance so it achieves that genuine environmental improvement. On the greenhouse gas emissions disclosures, we absolutely support transparency, but the EPBC Act should not become a de facto emissions reduction policy. Australia already has the safeguard mechanism, the NGES scheme and the Climate Change Act to manage emissions at a national level, and duplicating these frameworks through environmental approvals would just create confusion, not certainty. Finally, we would urge a streamlined and risk-based assessment process, one project, one assessment, one decision, removing existing assessment options like preliminary documentation could unintentionally push mid-sized projects into full EIS processes, and this is just going to add cost and delay. So flexibility in those assessment pathways are critical.
Thank you. If I turn to the first item that you raised, which is the drafting of the unacceptable impact test in the legislation, can you see those concerns being addressed with amendments?
Well, Senator, we acknowledge the government's intent with this unacceptable impact test, if it's intended to truly deal with those extreme proposals, like examples that we've heard from the Minister around sort of mining under Uluru, things that it clearly should never proceed. We understand the intent there. Our concern is really that as it's currently drafted, we don't have confidence that that test would be confined to those kinds of cases. In practice, the drafting of the current definition is too broad and it's not sufficiently tied to those extreme high-end categories of impact. Our preference would be to remove section 527F altogether, or as an alternative, to have a high-level definition with more detailed unacceptable impact criteria in the national environmental standards. If practical amendments, alternatively, we think there are practical amendments that could provide more clarity and certainty if it does indeed remain in the Act. And particularly, we would want to see more clarity around the definitions of seriously impair and irreversible. This should be done really in a way that allows regulations or a national environmental standard to provide that further guidance on what constitutes serious impairment of values or fundamental attributes.
All right, so you think that amendments could be made that would clarify it either to be included in the standards?
Yes, Senator.
Terrific, thank you. Do you have some specific examples that you want to provide of how the current drafting could have unintended and adverse impacts on assessments of new gas projects? You talked about your last example at the beginning of small projects. That's probably a good place to start, I assume.
Senator, I might take that one. We've looked at the definitions quite closely. One example that jumped out really early for us is the definition of unacceptable impact as it applies to a World Heritage Area. That one is any impact that will cause or is likely to cause an alteration to the values of a World Heritage Area. We know that, for instance, our LNG plants in Curtis Island operate adjacent to a World Heritage Area. We do dredging of the port in order to continue to have shipping come out in and out of Gladstone. Taken from a very extreme example, an alteration to the World Heritage Area, for instance, for dredging, could be seen as an unacceptable impact. What we see in the current legislation is that would trigger a significant impact assessment in which the pros and cons of the development, the understanding of the marine environment, the nature and scale of the activity would be assessed. And so it's a very different bar to a straight no that we see through the unacceptable impact criteria. Some of our members have equally raised some concerns about some of the other definitions, viability, or even, what does it mean around in the wild? It's quite a complex table in the unacceptable impact definitions. There's 37 sort of different nested definitions there. And so being able to have a simple overarching definition and then more details in the NES is probably a better way that we would see that progressing.
You mentioned in your opening statement that delays under the existing Act are a major issue for the gas industry. I want to ask you about the impacts that assessment delays and lawfare have had on gas supply and investment. And I guess further to that point you've just made, a range of different definitions or lack of clarity on definitions will just be will open the door to just greater legal interference in certainty for new gas for Australians.
Thank you, Senator. There's no doubt that delays and uncertainty around environmental approvals are impacting investment in Australia. We're seeing projects and approvals that a few years ago would take maybe 2 years, now taking double that time and even longer in some cases. That's having a real impact on where Australia sits in being able to attract investment. We've seen that particularly in the natural gas sector, and noting the urgent need for investment in new supply, particularly on the East Coast market. Australia is actually falling behind its peers in terms of being able to attract investment. We're attracting less than half of the investment in gas exploration and development than our peer countries. That's for citing a WoodMac study that we released earlier this year. And that's deeply concerning because the environmental approvals processes, uncertainty, and particularly the lawfare that we're seeing targeting the industry means that Australia is becoming a less attractive place for investment. We would like to see, and we see this process and the EPBC reforms as being a key lever to be able to provide more certainty, to have streamlined certain approval processes and reduce those unnecessary delays, both so we can support getting more gas into the market when it's urgently needed, but ensuring that we can continue to attract investment in one of our most important energy sectors.
I saw an opinion piece from the Australia Institute this morning suggesting that LNG import terminals would be a better solution to the gas shortage in Australia. Do you think that that is a direct result of a misunderstanding that gas would be cheaper if we just stopped any development of gas in Australia, that these restrictions under the EPBC are appropriate and that it would be cheaper for Australians to get gas from overseas and probably environmentally better? Do you think that's the assumption?
Well, Senator, we are fortunate to be an energy-rich nation, a gas-rich nation. We have more than enough gas to be able to supply and meet our own energy needs while also supporting energy security and emissions reductions in the region. We need to be investing in more gas locally. That is going to be a lower cost solution. The ACCC has identified that in their assessments. Importing gas from other countries when we have gas under our feet makes limited sense. We should be investing in local supply to support our local industries.
And of course, national security too, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Given shipping lanes. Ms McCulloch, do you support the bill's proposed accreditation of NOPSEMA?
Senator, yes, we do. We see that the NOPSEMA is, it's important that NOPSEMA is really endorsed as an EPBC program under that strategic assessment. In practice, it means that most offshore petroleum in Commonwealth waters, for those projects, NOPSEMA acts as a single decision maker, satisfying that EPBC requirement as well as the OPGGSA Act. The key difference in terms of NOPSEMA's current strategic assessment is as a one-off program done under the current EPBC Act. The bill's accreditation model is actually firmer and provides a standing test-based delegation of assessment approvals and compliance. One of the challenges with the current framework is really that the strategic assessment, which is now around 10 years old, can't be modified or changed unless we go through the whole process again. So accreditation, we think, is the proper tool for recognising the regulator in this space.
Thank you. Chair, I've got some questions. I've got more questions for AEP, but I'm just conscious of time, so I'll just turn to Coal Australia now and come back to energy producers if I've still got time, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Mr Bocking, I wanted to ask you, do you support the legislation in its current form? And you've raised some concerns. What areas of concerns did you want to expand on?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, like Ms McCulloch and her group, we do have a number of concerns. I might pick up on two key points, if I might. One is in relation to the multiple definitions of unacceptable impacts. While we certainly do welcome the intent and the commentary from Minister Watt in relation to what he's trying to achieve with this bill, there is no doubt that 37 separate definitions for each protected matter under these proposed reforms seems to be almost the antithesis of streamlining the process. The definition as proposed, it is complex, it's broad, it's ambiguous, it is open to various interpretations. I think when I went through looking at that relevant section 527F, it runs to 10 3/4 pages. In a previous life as a lawyer dealing in project planning and approval, particularly involving resource projects, I can tell you already your average EIS runs to thousands of pages as it is, covers a range of ecological surveys, water monitoring, dust, noise, radiation, you name it. It's an exceptionally complex process. Obviously, it needs to be a robust and rigorous process because what I would say on behalf of any of our members is that if you get an approval to extend or expand an existing coal mine, then that should be an approval you can take anywhere in the world as a sign that that project stacks up. And I think that is what's very important, and that needs to underpin much of the ethos around this. But where you've then got separate definitions for each of those protected matters, and given that the Reform Bill proposes the Minister can't approve an action unless satisfied it will not have an unacceptable impact, then clearly a variety of different definitions in the way it's currently drafted does create significant approval risk for projects, and also obviously an increased appeal risk for actions on judicial review grounds. And one of the challenges we're seeing in the coal mining space is that even once approvals are granted either at a state or Commonwealth level, almost without exception, those projects will then come under attack either for judicial review or a failure to consider certain mandatory considerations. And so we need to go into these reforms with our eyes open to what is occurring in our courts already.
Yeah, it sounds like we're developing a legal industry faster than we're developing a mining project or, jobs for miners. That's my comment.
We've also developed an ecological industry as well, because there's so much work that needs to be done in this area, which is all well and good, but it all talks to the robust and complex nature. And if we are looking to streamline the process, then clearly in this scenario, we're potentially going the other way. But the other point I would just say as well is when you compare, say, the definitions of unacceptable impacts with perhaps the serious and irreversible impacts that are considered under the Biodiversity Conservation Act, there are some inconsistencies in the way those two elements are treated at the state level and the Commonwealth level. That has the potential, while we certainly support bilateral agreements whereby there can be accreditation of state-based processes to help avoid some of the duplication that the Minister is seeking to avoid here, there is the risk of the treatment of some of these things run counter at a state as opposed to a Commonwealth level, and that would be something we would need to consider broadly, whether it was possible to consider one definition of unacceptable impacts to provide a single and clear definition that applies to all protected matters and that was potentially better aligned with state frameworks. That might be an important issue, and I know the Minerals Council of Australia has considered that as part of their submission as well, Senator.
Thank you. Mr Bocking, I want to turn to ministerial decision-making and the Environmental Protection Agency that the Minister has included in this legislation. Now, we know that this wasn't a recommendation of Professor Samuels, that he'd recommended a commissioner, but given that we're now looking at an EPA, can you speak to me about your views on ministerial decision-making, or should it rest with the Environmental Protection Agency?
Well, what we would say is it certainly needs to be accountable, legally and transparently accountable. I think a failure to require the CEO to act in accordance with the Minister's statement of expectations would be seen to defy good governance. And I think, given the economic significance of what these decisions are about, then it's very important that the Minister must be able to direct the agency. That is a key issue that needs to be embedded in the legislation. Certainly the approval and the authority to approve projects needs to remain with the Minister of the day. I read with some concern the other day the comments from the former West Australian Premier and former Labor member, Carmen Lawrence. She was writing in the Nine Media newspapers, noting that since taking office in 2022, the Albanese government has been approving fossil fuel projects at almost the same pace and zeal as its federal coalition predecessors. Now, that somehow seems to presuppose that the approvals process should be based on what the political stripes are of the government of the day. Now, clearly EPAs and other groups will need to be following the policies of the day, and they will be based at times on the political stripes. But we need to be project agnostic, and we certainly need to be technology agnostic, and we need to be politically agnostic. So from that perspective, the EPA would need to be bound by the policies and rules as they applied of the day, and there would need to be ultimate ministerial accountability for the ultimate decision to approve or reject projects.
That's a point well made, isn't it? It should be outside of political agendas. This should be what's in the national interest.
Yes, sorry, and just picking up on that point, quickly, Senator, we sometimes see a local community want a fast food outlet near them. Well, ultimately it shouldn't come down. They all have a say in terms of submissions they can lodge, but ultimately each of these projects should be stacking up on their merits based on the laws and policies as they stand at the time.
So, further to your points about the environmental industry, one of the elements of this legislation is net gain. We've already established last week in evidence that there is large parts of Australia where there is no baseline data at all, environmental baseline data. And I would make the observation that it is mining companies, gas companies, that are funding the environmental surveys and work that allow Australia to better understand what its biological inventory is. I wonder if you have any views on the net gain part of the legislation and how mining and gas companies, mining companies in your part, makes that contribution.
Well, I think one of the big challenges is, as it stands, the net gain test is looking at each of those protected matters. And what I would say is, as part of the bill's definitions, we would support potential amendments to ensure that that net gain test applies as a whole rather than based on each protected matter. That would also fall back into streamlining those definitions around significant and unacceptable impacts. One other point just on that, Senator, that I will take up from Ms McCulloch, and that was in relation to the emissions profile that is being sought when projects are seeking approval under the EPBC reforms as they stand. And again, given my experience working as a lawyer in New South Wales, as it stands now, the New South Wales EPA requires proponents to comply with the Climate Change Policy and Climate Change Action Plan 2023-2026. For large emitters, including a number of coal mines, they also have to comply with the New South Wales Large Emitters Guide. The New South Wales EPA recently has undertaken consultation on a number of additional policy documents as well relating to climate change licensee requirements, climate change mitigation and adaptation plans. All of them require existing requirements around the provision of emissions information for projects. Now, given that information is already being provided as part of the state planning process, as well as the ENGA data that Ms McCulloch referred to earlier in the safeguard mechanism, it's unclear why, again, we would need to go through a great volume of that detail as part of the EPBC assessment process. If we are to say that the safeguard mechanism is the paramount scheme by which we seek to abate emissions in Australia for large emitters, then that should remain the domain of the safeguard mechanism and not the EPBC Act, because there is the risk over time that we start to muddy the waters. And I might just provide you with some detail, and I'm grateful to my colleagues at the New South Wales Minerals Council who have compiled some data, Senator, based on the Australian National Greenhouse Accounts. And that's found that coal mining in New South Wales contributes just 13% of the state's total emissions. Now, since 2005, the overall state average of emissions reduction is 25%. Coal mining emissions over that same period have been reduced by 28%. So, in fact, the level of emissions reduction from coal mines, given that 95% or so in New South Wales are covered by the safeguard mechanism, whilst it is imposing costs on our producer members, we have seen a faster rate of emissions reductions from coal mines since 2005 than we've seen on the state average. So that would only further highlight that we don't want to have a conflating of greenhouse gas emissions profiles from safeguard becoming a de facto form of assessment under the EPBC Act.
Important statistic to get on the record. Thank you, Mr. Bocking. Mr. Bocking, I'll turn back to the AEP again. Ms. McCulloch, I wanted to ask you about the accreditation of the water trigger under this bill. Do you have any concerns with how that has been drafted?
Thank you, Senator. We actually feel this is one of the welcome provisions of the bill that does allow the accreditation of what is Section 24D and 24E, which is the water trigger, for capable regulators to administer it directly. Absolutely, we support that in principle. In that accreditation, however, the accrediting body must still request the advice of the Independent Expert Scientific Committee, and they must consider that advice. Now, in practice, the way the independent expert advice requirements are currently constructed actually adds considerable delay and duplication to the process. In our experience, that delay can be as much as 6 to 12 months for an approval, with potential further delays at the post-approval stage. Potentially, it's also frustrating proper accreditation where a state minister has to obtain and consider that advice on top of what can already be very detailed state-based hydrological assessments. For example, needing to weigh both the expert state advice with the IESC advice, and it's unclear even how that would be reconciled. So our suggestion and our proposal would be that just to improve that workability of the accreditation, that the request for further information from the IESC would be at the discretion of the relevant state or territory minister, and having an accredited framework in place that's really squarely focused on cross-border water resources and those nationally significant impacts.
Okay, terrific.
Senator McDonald, I might move the call on if you've got a few questions left, and then I'll go to the Greens.
So, would you like me to finish my few questions, or would you like to go to the
Yes,
Greens?
if there's a couple left, then yes, it would probably be easiest to think to finish.
Okay, thank you. I have 4 additional questions, Chair. So, Ms. McCulloch, we'll try and be as efficient as we can, please. You've proposed extending the provisions to variant actions so that it can also apply to not controlled actions. Can you elaborate on why that change is needed?
Thank you, Senator. I can take this one. The bill, as presented, allows the variation of existing approvals for controlled actions or for not controlled actions, particular manner decisions. It doesn't allow a variation of a not controlled action decision. A not controlled action is obviously one of those projects that doesn't have an impact on a matter of national environmental significance and is allowed to proceed in that manner. What we see is during the approvals process, things can change within an approval. There may be the need to change a road access to track or a gathering line, often at the wishes of the local landholder. We have no ability to modify an existing approval. We think this is one of those administrative changes that would benefit all referrers. We know of a few examples where similar decisions have been made for not controlled action, particular manner decisions for wind farms or for other renewable projects, where during the referral and assessment process, the project has changed or new technology is introduced. And we think these sort of administrative processes, this is possibly one that was missed in the process, but we'd love to see that included.
I think that's a really important one to keep a pin in, because I know of projects that have been struggling to get landholder or other approvals, but once they do, risk going back to start the whole process again just for a small variation in a portion of the development. So hopefully the department is listening carefully to that point. Do you have any concerns about the proposed emissions reporting in the bill?
Senator, yes, we do. While we, absolutely support transparency around emissions reporting, and we very much welcome the decision not to include a climate trigger in the bill, as I mentioned earlier, we already have processes for reporting our emissions. That includes through the Climate Change Act, the Safeguard Mechanism and NGAS scheme. Turning the EPBC Act into a sort of de facto climate act really would blur its role It does risk legal inconsistency, and it really makes it harder to administer both biodiversity protection and climate policy coherently. So we would prefer to see that that's removed from the bill. If it is retained, it needs to be very, very clear that it's not a factor in terms of the decision-making process.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about your concerns about the net gain test in the legislation.
I'll ask Helen to respond.
Thank you, Senator. I can take that one as well. We understand the government's position in establishing the net gain test to move away from no net loss to a scenario where a project has to demonstrate a net benefit to the environment. One of the challenges that we've seen in this is that that is so far undefined. And so how that a test would be applied is still an area where we're keen to get more information. We know that a new standard has been released and we're yet to fully go through that one. What we're looking for is clear, practical framework aligned with the existing systems so that we can understand how we're meant to apply that in practice on the ground. We know the Minister must be satisfied that there is a residual net gain, that there's some high-level tests that are in the legislation. But like I said, we need to see that more defined understanding of what that means and more methodology, which we assume will come through in the standards.
I made the point with Mr Bocking about it is mining and gas companies that are providing baseline data, and in fact I would suggest probably funding the greatest element of environmental assessments and management in the nation through its projects. Is that something that you're seeing, that there are regions that it is the gas companies providing the baseline data that otherwise the Australian government doesn't have?
Senator, I certainly agree with that. In the areas that we operate, if we look at the Surat Basin in Queensland, where our coal seam gas fields are, I think some of those areas are some of the most known as far as the environment. We have multiple years, sometimes decades worth of surveys of migratory species, we've got a very good understanding there. One of the benefits of the legislation is potentially a more collaborative and combined approach through the information gathering powers for proponents and other industry players to understand and share that data. So we're looking forward to understanding what that looks like. We did some studies a few years ago of our members, and we were able to determine that, for instance, in the marine environment, our industry was the largest funder and in many cases the only funder of some of the critical marine science that's being done in Australia. Certainly one of the largest contributors to the marine economy, but we are also in our own rights a very large provider of that information.
Yeah, I think that's always a good point to make, that this is an important partnership for Australia's understanding of its natural environment, as well as developing important industries for employment and tax generation. Finally, I would just ask, the bill removes some of the assessment pathways currently available to proponents and replaces it with a new streamlined pathway. Could you provide some commentary on what you believe that does?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. We support the bill's objective of streamlining assessments, and we note that there is a new streamlined assessment pathway, rationalising the assessments that are available from 5 down into 2. We do note, and it's probably important to recognise, that about 61% of all referrals that go through the EPBC Act are on those pathways that are now being proposed to be removed. We think that, particularly for our industry, we use that quite a lot. It's not. We think the EIS is probably reserved for a large project. The streamlined pathway is probably more likely to be accessible for smaller, discrete projects. And so we're concerned about what would happen to those referrals that sit somewhere in the middle, where previously we were able to access assessment pathways that will no longer be available to us. Our recommendation is to keep some of those. There's a few that, the PER and the EIS are very similar, and we get why the department, functionally they operate the same, we get why the department might want to put those together. But for some of those other assessment pathways, we think while we're going through this process, they should be retained. If they're not used, that's fine, but at least have the option for them to be deployed where they make sense.
Chair, I'll hand back. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Could I just ask about the water trigger concerns that you've got? So firstly, just to just to clarify, you're happy with the removal of the federal oversight for the water trigger, is that correct?
Senator, I think what the bill is proposing is that it allows the accreditation of the water trigger to the state and territories, where that state and territory is able to meet the standards that are set in front of them. It's not removing the oversight.
Well, it is, because the whole way it's written at the moment is that there is an exemption from doing that, and that is what's being removed. But just to be clear, you support that. You support these changes to the water trigger.
We support appropriate accreditation of the water trigger where the state regime can demonstrate that it meets the requirements of the national environmental standards. That was a key recommendation from the Samuels review. I think, in fact, Graham Samuels found that he went further than what's presented in that bill. He actually suggested that the water trigger be further limited to areas where there's cross-border water resources, and the federal government focusing on the protected matters of national environmental significance. I think we would actually support going further on that and adopting Samuel's recommendations as he provided them.
Okay. And have any of your members had to deal with the water trigger in any of their applications recently or at all?
Yes.
And has that been a problem?
The water trigger, particularly going through the convoluted process with the independent expert scientific committee, can add a lot of complexity and time to an approval process. The water trigger looks at things that are not traditional in the EPBC Act. We have to include community, social, landholder concerns in that. It's very duplicative of what we get at the state level. And so, it does add a lot of complexity to the approval process. We're not suggesting that that's not appropriate, but we do recognise that it's very duplicative with what we do at the state regime.
You understand why the water trigger was put in place, to protect farmland, because big coal and gas companies were just treating local communities and farmers like rubbish, and having no concern for the impact on a downstream water supply, the groundwater. There was no voice for local communities and farmers themselves. So that's why the water trigger was put in place, because companies like yours, that your members, have treated communities like crap. And so there needed to be an oversight where local communities, regional communities, could have a voice. Because water is important for everybody. It's not just a commodity for you to use to continue your mining.
Senator, we would absolutely agree with you that water is an important resource for everyone, and our industry has a long history of managing water impacts and other environmental impacts effectively. We also work very closely with landholders onshore and have strong relationships in many regional and rural communities. We do think that, with the water trigger, the recommendations of the Samuel Review should be taken up by government, as Keld has just outlined, ensuring that we remove that duplication, that we accredit appropriately state and territory governments to undertake those assessments. That's not going to limit or reduce environmental controls. It's going to streamline and promote a more effective and certain approvals process.
Do you accept that this bill? I mean, would you like this bill to be passed? If it was this bill in its current form versus no bill, would you prefer this bill?
Senator, we believe that with appropriate amendments, the bill should be passed. We wouldn't want to see the bill passed in its current form. And we, as outlined in earlier questions, we have a few areas where we think amendments would address the concerns of industry and actually meet the objectives of the bill.
Do you think Australia should be allowing new coal mines to open?
Is that directed to me, Senator Hanson?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, as I said in my opening statement, there's no question that with global demand at record levels, there is an increased demand for coal right around the world. We have some of the best coal reserves in the world, and therefore it's clear that going forward, we need a fit-for-purpose mechanism whereby expansions and extensions of existing coal mines can be considered, and if they stack up, they should be approved.
So you reject the International Energy Agency's position that if we're to keep temperatures below 2 degrees, we can't be allowing the expansion of new coal?
Well, the figures I just quoted in terms of global demand...
I'm not talking about demand. I'm talking about the safety of the planet.
I understand, Senator, but those same figures came from the International Energy Agency, and I noted some comments from the member for Hunter in the Parliament last week where he said net zero does not mean shutting down industries, net zero does not mean zero emissions, net zero is about one thing, offsets. He says one of the lines I always hear is that net zero will close down coal mines. That's rubbish. And Mr Repicoli went on to say it's about running mines.
I don't think quoting the member for Hunter to me is going to change my mind, frankly. What I'm interested in is what is Coal Australia? What do you accept of the climate science and the international expertise that says if we're going to keep temperatures below 2 degrees, we have to stop expanding and opening up new coal and gas mines?
Well, what I would say is what we're seeing globally in terms of demand for coal is not supply-side economics. It's not being driven by the fact that Australia is supplying the commodity. We are filling a market that has an insatiable appetite for coal.
It sounds like that sounds like the drug dealer argument to me. That sounds exactly the same argument drug dealers make.
So what I would say is in relation to that demand that if we were to end coal mining tomorrow in Australia, then countries like Indonesia, potentially Mongolia and others that don't have safeguard mechanisms, that don't have the same environmental standards, that don't have water triggers and other mechanisms, they will be able to expand their operations with lower energy, higher emission coal, where ultimately we might be able to sit back and say, well, we've shut down the coal mining industry in Australia, but the overall impact on global emissions will actually be worse because we are developing the highest energy, lowest emission and cleanest coal anywhere in the world.
Yes, the highest and purest form of heroin. I mean, it's the same argument as the drug dealers make. And I just want to be clear, my question wasn't about shutting down coal mining. My question was about whether you believe that Australia should be opening new coal mines.
I've already outlined, I think there will be applications, and there are already applications for the expansion of existing coal mines, and they should proceed irrespective of whether we like or don't like a particular project, and irrespective of the government of the day. The approvals pathway should simply be looking at these projects based on whether they stack up or not. And I know your former colleague Christine Milne has had similar things to say in relation to renewables projects, that they should also be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Of course they should. Of course they should. Of course renewable energy projects should be assessed on a case-by-case process. This is what the whole purpose of the existing law and what this bill is meant to do, is to assess whether things are good or bad for the environment. And I can't see how you can argue a new coal mine in today's age is good for the environment. It's clearly not good for the environment, is it?
Well, proponents are able to put forward project applications and they're then considered under relevant state legislation and ultimately under relevant Commonwealth legislation. And to your point, whether it's a renewables project, whether it's a childcare centre or whether it's a coal mine, that should be assessed based on whether it stacks up or not. If it does, it gets approved. If it doesn't, it gets rejected.
Are you seriously trying to argue to the Australian people that the damage to the environment of a coal mine is the same as building a childcare centre. I mean, what a load of rubbish. What a load of rubbish. What a load of rubbish.
And I know Ms Milne saying, you know, Queenslander case in Point Ridge lines having been cleared, she said if those projects would belong.
Okay, let's go on to some other areas.
Sorry, before you proceed, Senator Hanson-Young.
Maybe the power went out.
Mr Bocking, do we still have you online? Such was the impact of your questioning.
I'll go to the Australian...
Yes, I think we've got Mr Bocking back.
I'll go to the Australian energy producers. Could I ask, what is your opinion about the disclosure mechanism for emissions, the emissions disclosure? Is your position that that should be removed?
In the bills, Senator, yes, we see this as being duplicative of other processes, as we outlined earlier. We fully support transparency around emissions reporting. We fully support climate, the government's efforts and policies to reduce emissions, but we think that belongs in the existing frameworks. If those provisions are retained, we think it needs to be clear that they're not a factor in the decision making.
And you don't think that's clear at the moment?
No, we'd like to see amendments to that. There's also some uncertainty around references to government policy, so I think that could be tightened in a more specific provision in the bill that it's not a factor in the decision making.
Do you accept that emissions have an impact on the environment?
Yes, we do.
So why wouldn't that be considered as to whether something should be given environmental approval or not?
Well, because we have a framework of regulation and legislation that covers the environment and emissions reductions. We have existing processes and frameworks in place.
But in the process,
and they belong rightly there without duplicating. A priority of this bill, and I think we've all agreed, is that we need streamlined certain approvals. We don't want to see duplication, and this would be an example of duplication.
But if something is being assessed as to whether it's good or bad for the environment, how do you have a genuine, thorough environmental assessment to make that judgment if you don't consider the climate damage of a new coal or gas mine? How can you? You're saying it gets assessed. You're saying it gets assessed, or it is quantified somewhere else. But I'm talking about when you're getting approved for the expansion or the creation of a new mine. Surely you need to know whether the pollution that's going to be created is damaging for the environment.
Well, Senator, when new projects are being put forward, and I'll let Mr Bocking comment on mining, but when projects are being put forward, there is a clear understanding around the current frameworks that those projects would need to operate in, including threshold emissions performance and then emissions reductions over time, particularly through the safeguard mechanism. We feel that the existing frameworks in place are appropriate to manage emissions reductions and emissions reporting. And that doesn't need to be included in the EPBC. It adds complexity, it adds uncertainty, and it's duplicative.
So you accept that emissions are damaging to the environment, but you don't want environmental assessments to consider that before being given approval. You think it's dealt with somewhere else, it's accounted for somewhere else, so we'd be silent on the environmental approvals as to whether the emissions are damaging, even though you've accepted that they are. I mean, it all sounds very convenient.
Well, Senator, Australia's set ambitious emissions reduction targets now. We see our industry as playing a very important role in helping to meet those targets. Gas will play a critical role in the long term. That's been confirmed through the government and the future gas strategy. It's been confirmed through the ACCC AEMO in terms of the near-term importance of gas. We know we'll be relying on gas for decades to back up renewables in the power system. We know we're going to be relying on gas to support our manufacturing, to support a future made in Australia, to support new opportunities around processing critical minerals that are so important for the net zero transition. Our industry is also leading the way in terms of emissions reductions and key technologies like carbon capture and storage, which the International Energy Agency has confirmed are critical for reaching net zero. And in fact, it would be virtually impossible to get to net zero without CCS. So our industry is, proud of its performance in terms of emissions reductions. We see our industry playing a very important role in terms of supporting global and Australian emissions reductions. We already have a complex framework in place in terms of managing emissions and reporting emissions. We think that's appropriate, and those issues should be dealt with.
Do you think that fossil fuel projects should be able to access the streamline pathway?
I think all projects should be considered on their merits.
How many projects on foot do you think would be?
Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young.
Are we still?
Don't know what's going on here.
No. Are you able to hear us?
We can now.
Yes,
we can
I think
now.
that's fine.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Do you have a sense of your members, how many currently have applications on foot?
Under the EPBC Act?
Yes.
Well, I could take that on notice, Senator. Our industry is a relatively small user of the EPBC referral process, about 10 to 12 applications per year. I suspect there's a couple on foot at the moment, but I couldn't tell you exactly.
If you could take that on notice and which ones they are, that would be helpful to know from you. Thank you. And the same to Coal Australia. Do you know how many current coal applications are in the works?
No, not off the top of my head. I think the Minerals Council of Australia probably has that data, but I can certainly seek some information as far as it relates to the reforms we're looking at with this bill, Senator.
That would be helpful if you could. And I'm also wondering, Mr. Becking, if you could also answer that question that I've just asked the EPA, the EI, what are they? The AEP. There's too many acronyms. The AEP. In relation to whether you think new coal applications should be able to access the streamlined pathway?
Well, again, following on what Ms McCulloch was saying, I think it's all dependent on whether they fit that framework or not. In New South Wales, they're considered a state significant development. There's a separate pathway there. One thing I might just circle back to, and it was around the emissions profile of projects that you were talking about earlier on, and in relation to the removal of duplication. As an example, in New South Wales, as it is now, the EPA, as part of project assessments, do require an assessment that describes the project assessment boundary and emission scenario, identifies scope 1, 2 and 3 emission sources, prioritises sources for mitigation, identifies, assesses and selects mitigation measures, estimates scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions, sets long-term and interim emissions goals for the project. So there's a whole range of things that are already being considered. And given we've got bilateral arrangements in place for some of the states with the Commonwealth as part of the approvals pathway, I think rather than looking at this through the prism that somehow we don't want to provide this information, what I would say is that in the name of avoiding further duplication, clearly there's already a very rigorous and detailed process that is required for projects, certainly going through the New South Wales planning system as part of the requirements of the New South Wales EPA, through both their climate change policy and climate change action plan, and also the New South Wales Large Emitters Guide.
What's your view on the new offset rules under this proposal? Do you support them?
Well, I think a key part when we talk about net zero is
not carbon offset. The rules under this package is about the biodiversity offset.
Right, I haven't been able, obviously there's been a lot of information in a short period of time, so I haven't had an opportunity to look at those extracts to be able to form a view on that, Senator.
That's fair enough. AEP, have you got a view on the offset provisions?
Senator, we are still working through some of that package. We do welcome some of the provisions that have been put forward in the offset package. We have talked briefly around the net gain. We do see some benefit in having the ability to provide financial contributions through the offset process. We think that will allow more strategic and landscape scale activity there, particularly avoiding fragmented or smaller offsets. But we're still working through that package, and it's something we're going to put forward in the submissions to the National Environmental Standard.
Mm-hmm. Okay. My last lot of questions is in relation to the national interest exemption. Do you support the provisions in the bill as is, or do you think that they are too broad?
So we haven't spent a lot of time canvassing that with our members. Where national interest exemptions have occurred in the past, it's been for extreme or emergency events, and we expected that would continue in that process. It makes a lot of sense for the minister to be able to direct approvals where there's a burning need or a desire to do that. And I think some of the examples they've used is around bushfire response or and indeed a significant environmental impact. So we would support retaining it in that regards. We've not really canvassed our members any further than that.
Would you argue that the Woodside expansion at North West Shelf was in the national interest?
Senator, the expansion of the North West Shelf, whether it falls in a national interest category of the EPBC, I think the EPBC national interest provisions are really around what Kel was talking about in terms of those acute examples. Certainly the approval of the North West Shelf extension, we believe, was absolutely in the national interest. It's absolutely in WA's interest because it's playing such an important role in ensuring reliable gas into the WA market. Gas provides around 60% of the electricity here in WA, and the North West Shelf is, it's been operating for 40 years. It's important for the local economy, and it's also important in terms of supporting energy security and
hang on a minute.
With countries like Japan.
Hang on a minute. The expansion was for gas to be exported. That's Woodside's business case. It's not for domestic use. It's all going to be exported overseas. So it's not really about WA's energy supply at all.
The North West Shelf project provides gas into the domestic market. It also is a major export facility. The scale of those resources means that those projects would never happen without access to those international export markets. And we should be really proud of the role that Australia's LNG is playing in the region. We provide
definitely exporting a lot of pollution. It's definitely exporting a lot of pollution. Those Scope 3 emissions that are being burnt offshore, seriously putting our climate at risk and our environment. So you say proud, I say concerned. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I understand, Senator Grogan, you have some questions.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time, so I will be swift.
Thank you.
My questions are for AP. You've given us a lot of information from the questioning from my colleagues, and I feel that it's a too much, not enough argument, which is quite common in this environment that we see this. What Professor Samuel put forward was a balance, was the idea that you would balance the environment and you would balance business so that there was benefit there that spread across. Given that, you've articulated quite clearly the things that you're not keen on in the bills and the things that you would like to see amendments to, as of others. Given the breadth from the business end amendments and the environment end amendments, what sort of concessions would your organisation be willing to make in this environment to get the bills passed, noting that much as the intent isn't to make everyone miserable, it's unlikely that everyone across the spectrum will come to a place where they go, everyone is 100% delighted about the bill?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And we do note the objective and perhaps challenge of the government in terms of trying to balance those objectives. Australian Energy Producers has worked with our members. We've put forward what we think are proposals for amendments that would still preserve the environmental objectives of the bill. Our focus has really been on addressing what we've seen in terms of complexity, ambiguity, delays and duplication. So our focus in terms of our priorities and what we've outlined today and in discussions with the Minister and departments are some priority areas where we think with amendment the bill can help to meet the needs of business while still preserving those environmental objectives.
And what do you see as the importance from a business perspective of protecting the environment when we are building the economy and moving forward with developments? What do you think is the critical rationale for why we need to protect the environment?
Well, Senator, Australia has such a unique environment and we all want to see it protected. I think everyone's aligned with that. And, our members, projects that are being developed, these individuals and projects and people that are working in these communities have close ties to the communities. We all want to see that nature protected. What we don't want to see is approvals processes that drag on for years and years and years, and uncertainty in approvals processes that really also impacts those local communities in terms of being able to support the investment and support projects moving forward. Look, I don't think while acknowledging there's a balance to be struck in terms of what the government's seeking to achieve here, I don't think it's a case that business is just focused on those business priorities and not also keen to support the environmental objectives of the bill. In the same way that I think environmental groups are obviously seeking to maintain and support the environmental objectives of the bill, but they're not necessarily all seeking to remove all development. We are hopeful and, we appreciate the opportunity to be able to input to that process and help the government strike that right balance.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I would agree with you. I speak to many environment groups who respect the development part, so long as we can protect the environment, and vice versa. Plenty of businesses who, and so this is where we need to find that balance as we move through. The other thing that you've mentioned is the state accreditation. Now, it has been characterised by some of my colleagues as weakening the whole assessment process. You go to the states, you get a lighter touch approach. The bills and the materials, explanation materials around that say quite clearly that that's not the case, like that it's going to be the same standard. So given that you're not getting a different standard, you're getting the identical standard that you're going to get at the federal level, can you step out for me why it's so important for you that accreditation piece occurs?
Thank you, Senator. It's a great question. And as an association, we've been looking for reducing duplication. I mean, it's pretty much something that we do on a daily basis. We can look at our submissions from previous reviews of the EPBC Act and roughly say the same thing. I think the intent of the EPBC Act is to look for those opportunities for streamline. The Intergovernmental Agreement on the Environment that established the EPBC Act clearly identified a role for the states and territories in managing environmental impact and risk, and that the EPBC Act set a high-level framework for managing those matters that were seen as nationally environmentally significant, as well as those international obligations. but looking for opportunities to reduce that duplication in the assessment framework. For us, the impact of delays in that process is significant. Where we go through one regulator, then we're required to go through the next. The Productivity Commission did an assessment that found that for a one-year delay for one of our projects can cost us up to $1 billion in net present value. So it's not an insignificant impact on the industry. I think that maybe one final comment on that is that there seems to be a perception that either the states aren't capable or the duplication provides stronger environmental outcomes. In my experience, certainly through what we've seen in this bill, is that accreditation will only occur if the states can demonstrate that they've got equivalent assessment processes and those other options. They may need to increase or change their legislation to match that. The duplication in the assessment process often creates uncertainty as to who is the ultimate decision maker, and having one clear assessment pathway and one clear assessing body, I think, provides a stronger oversight onto our activities. So we are really keen to see some of that accreditation happen. I think it will take some time to work through what that looks like from the states and to encourage them to pick it up as well.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. I thank the AEP and Coal Australia for your evidence today. If you've taken questions on notice, which you have, could you please provide answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible? I now welcome witnesses and representatives from the Climate Council who are joining us in person and by video conference, I understand. Cool. Okay. Just waiting for a moment. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Yes, Professor Flannery. Yes, I see you nodding. For the Hansard record, will you please each state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
It's Amanda McKenzie. Oh, sorry, the Chief Executive Officer of the Climate Council.
Yes. Professor Tim Flannery, Councillor at the Climate Council.
Thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. I might jump in first there if I could. Climate change driven by coal, oil and fossil gas is the biggest threat to Australia's environment. You can't have credible environment laws that ignore climate pollution. Australians know this and they expect their government to act. National polling done just this week reveals that 7 in 10 voters expect our environment laws to consider climate change. I urge the Parliament to take these generational reforms seriously. These reforms must require full disclosure of climate pollution from major projects, and they must ensure that decisions are consistent with our other climate laws and targets. If a project blows our climate goals, it mustn't be given a green light under these laws. Surely in 2025, that's a bare minimum. I also urge the Senate to heed the words of previous people who've given testimony, including ex-Senator Robert Hill, about the removal of blanket exemption from logging native forests and land clearing. These stores of carbon are very important to Australia as we move forward. The Albanese government now has the chance to close climate loopholes and deliver environment laws that reflect the science and community expectations. These reforms can either pass the upper house with the support of senators who take climate change seriously, or with those who'd rather tear up our climate targets and keep playing political games. To hand such wreckers a say over the future of Australian environment laws would be madness. The government's climate credibility is on the line. I hope that they'll make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me and for giving us the opportunity to present. As Tim has said, climate-fueled disasters are already devastating our environment. There has been 6 mass bleaching events on the Great Barrier Reef in the last 9 years. Tackling climate pollution, of course, means dealing with it at the source by curbing coal, oil and gas. More than 750 coal, oil and gas projects have been approved under the EPBC Act, releasing billions of tonnes of pollution globally, but also significant pollution here in Australia. On paper, the rising pollution figures look like numbers in a ledger, but of course the balance sheet is for flooded homes, worsening bushfire risk, dying reefs in the years ahead. And yet the impact on the environment of climate pollution hasn't been considered in the assessment of any projects, any of those 750 projects. We commend the government for seeking to reform the environment laws. However, as they stand, we're concerned that they could exacerbate climate harm and pull in the opposite direction to our targets, fast-tracking fossil fuel projects. The government has introduced strong climate laws, and we think that these reforms should support those laws, but they could undermine them in their current form. At the moment, climate change is considered as background noise in this legislation, but it should be the smoke alarm because of the severe impact on the environment. The laws were created in 1999, and these reforms could then go out to, say, 2050, when we need to be at net zero. They should put us in good stead for the decades ahead. The Parliament can and must deliver credible reforms that increase protection for the climate and the environment.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go first to Senator Walker.
Thank you. I spend a lot of my time talking to young people, and one of the biggest things that they're raising with me is how much they care about climate change. I'm wondering if you'd mind stepping the committee through, in your view, why it's so important for young people today that we get on with it and get more renewable projects approved.
Absolutely, and that's certainly the sentiment we hear from young people, but the community at large. We've just done some polling which shows that 7 out of 10 Australians think that these environment laws should take climate impacts seriously and are concerned about the impact of fossil fuel projects. So I think that as young Australians, they've learnt about climate change at school, they've seen it all around them. In general, that demographic of particularly Gen Z thinks it's one of their number one issues when they go to vote. So the renewable transition is absolutely crucial. It would happen anyway because coal-fired generators are retiring, but it needs to be accelerated because of the concerns we have about the pollution being emitted from Australian fossil fuels. Fossil fuel projects are a fifth of Australia's total pollution.
Thanks. Did the Professor have anything to add before I move on?
No, look, I just totally agree and say that, you know, that if you're a young person living today, they're watching these decisions that are made by the Parliament of Australia very closely because they will affect the rest of their lives, the next 70 years or more. So we need to get this right for them and for ourselves.
Off the back of that...
Sorry, Chair, can I just make a comment? Sorry, Senator Walker. Ms Mackenzie, you said that this transition will happen anyway because coal-fired power stations are retiring. I put it to you that there's not a given that this transition will happen anyway just because the old legacy system is retiring. I mean, this is the whole purpose of this legislation. And I'd just like to further ask you how this legislation will enable this energy shift to occur.
Sorry, you make a good point. I meant to say it must happen anyway because our coal-fired generators are retiring, and so we need to bring on new power, and the cheapest form of new power is renewables backed up by storage. But the transition itself is not a given, particularly the speed of that transition. So changes in this legislation to ensure that the renewable rollout can happen successfully, be done responsibly, is absolutely crucial.
Thank you. Senator Walker.
Thank you. In the bill, do you see that there are provisions in its current state that would accelerate the provision of renewable energy?
There's provision for potentially for acceleration of projects, but our concern is it doesn't pull out renewable projects specifically, and that could then accelerate fossil fuel projects.
And would you agree that accelerating renewable energy is instrumental to delivering net zero by 2050?
I'm sure the clean energy industry, when it's made representations, has made clear that these laws have been an obstacle to the rollout of renewables, and it has been slowing it down, the planning regulations. It can be done better. I think it can be done better for the community as well to understand where are the go zones, where can we go quickly, but also responsible renewable projects in terms of community consultation and environmental assessments.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Walker. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Flannery, for being here. I read with interest your opinion piece last week on these matters, and I thought you made some very valid points. The witnesses we just had on before you from the gas and the coal industry, I was asking them about. Firstly, whether they accepted that emissions cause damage to the environment and harm to the environment. They accepted that. They agree that they do. So then I asked, well, why would that damage not then be considered in giving an environmental approval? And that's where it all seems to get a bit confused. It seems to me that if a project is going to be damaging for the environment, whether you accept that that's a cost or not, it should be that you should know that up front. Before it seems ridiculous that that type of assessment would only, or consideration would only be given after the project has already started, and go, oh yes, oh by the way, it's also going to damage the environment in this mechanism. Is your main contention with this bill as it is that climate damage does need to be considered as part of the approval process?
Thank you, Senator, and that is one of my prime concerns. I do have others about the bill as it stands, but you know what we have a series of targets, legislation, and then we have this piece of legislation, which is really the nation's most important environmental act. And we need to make sure that these agreements, targets, support each other. You know, to have an Environment Act that may allow us to just blow past any targets we have in terms of emissions is crazy. That's not the intent that we have in our mind. Surely what we need to do is to know under this Act how much climate pollution each project is contributing. And then to say, you know, if there are projects here which are seeking approval, which are going to negate our targets and our other legislation, we cannot approve them. It seems to me as simple as that. So there's some scope, obviously, under our targets for some projects, but we need to use this legislation to make sure that we cap our total impacts. Failure to do so will simply drive up costs across the environment and the economy. You look at the impacts, the cost of climate impacts in Australia over the last decade alone, they're enormous and they will continue to grow unless we deal with this pollution problem. I hope I've answered your question, Senator.
Yes, you have. Thank you. Could I ask you, Professor Flannery, to reflect on the decision last week, given the connection of needing to bring emissions down, to reduce pollution, to have strong targets. Do you have any comments to make on the Coalition's decision to dump net zero as part of their policy platform?
I just think it is one of the worst political decisions made by any political party in Australia in my living memory. We need targets. Targets energise everything that comes below them. They give us a point at which we can aim at. And we can see the damage that's being done by this ever-growing burden of pollution in our atmosphere. We can see the floods and the fires and the heat waves and everything else building up. Why would we do away with that target and just say, just go for broke? Who's going to pay the costs of that? It's going to be people like you and I, Senator. It's going to be the tax-paying public of Australia that will be faced with an ever-increasing financial burden, while those who emit the pollution will be reaping the profits. This is not good enough for Australia in 2025. We need to have a much more serious and considered approach that documents where we're at, how much pollution we're putting up, and then aims to reduce that pollution to a sustainable level by 2050.
Yes. And I don't know whether this is for Ms Mackenzie or you, Professor, but I'm interested to know whether you're concerned at the number of avenues for fast-tracking new fossil fuel projects or expansion of existing projects, mines and gas wells, as this legislation is drafted. It's quite clear there's a number of ways that they could be assessed. The department is telling us that 60% plus of all applications will be put through the streamlined process, and that includes coal and gas. Are you worried about that?
Perhaps I'll take that. We are extremely worried about that. Currently, there are 42 coal and gas projects in the pipeline as it exists now, and that would produce billions of tonnes of climate pollution globally. But what is less known is the impact on Australia's pollution. Just assessing 23 of those projects where we have the data, that would be 8.7 million tonnes of emissions in Australia, which is equivalent to our domestic aviation industry. So it has a significant impact right here in Australia. Similarly, big projects like Browse, for instance, a gas project that could run to 2070, releasing up to 6.8 million tonnes of climate pollution a year. That's equivalent to 2.3 million cars on the road or a new coal-fired power station. So we've got climate laws that are trying to pull our emissions down, but then the EPBC Act would not be controlling the new fossil fuel pollution coming into the system. As I said earlier, fossil fuel projects are already creating a fifth of Australia's domestic pollution. So this would mean the government does not have a control on new pollution that is coming into Australia's domestic emissions and our targets, and therefore the safeguard mechanism as well. So while those laws are seeking to control our domestic pollution, we could have this other environment law that is allowing more emissions into the system uncontrolled.
It seems the government has said they're refusing to put in place some type of climate trigger, and that's clear as day from the legislation that's been tabled. But not only have they not put in a climate trigger, they've then allowed this process where coal and gas mines could be fast-tracked. And it's extraordinary to me that coal and gas could be given an approval within 30 days under the streamline process. 30 days. I mean, you can imagine, no wonder the coal and gas industry, who we just heard from before, are pretty keen to get this package through.
Yes, and we're very concerned about that, as you say, Senator. I think fast-tracking for renewable projects in particular should be part of the government's aim, but fast-tracking fossil fuel projects should not. And there are a number of ways, as you've mentioned, that this legislation may accelerate those approvals, one of them being potential devolution of the water trigger, for instance. We think that that would be a poor outcome of this process, and it should be retained as a federal responsibility. But there are other consequences as well that could fast-track the approval of these projects. So we'd be seeking a range of amendments that would ensure that fossil fuel projects are not accelerated, but renewable energy projects should be.
When you think about the interaction between damage to nature and biodiversity and climate, it strikes me that the toxic algal bloom in South Australia is a classic example that we're living through right now of what really the climate damage is doing to the warming of our oceans, that's resulting in tens of thousands of marine life to be dead and our fishing industry wiped out. And I mean, you can't even go and swim at some of Adelaide's metro beaches now because it makes you sick. And yet none of that is taken into consideration with these fossil fuel projects.
And the South Australian algal bloom is a good example of a range of different impacts that are coming together. So the drought in South Australia means that there's been less wind and the ocean hasn't been turned over as much. The big floods in 2022 up in New South Wales brought down a whole lot of nutrients through the Murray-Darling Basin into that harbour. And then you've also got the marine heat wave. So you've got a number of factors that scientists are still wading through how it all comes together to have such significant impacts on the environment and the community that relies on that environment. But it's true of many other environmental systems. The Great Barrier Reef is in terminal decline as a consequence of climate pollution. So if we are to protect all of those communities that rely on the reef for fishing, for tourism, etc., we need to do more to get our climate pollution down. So aligning our environment laws with our climate laws seems like it would make a lot of sense.
Professor, have you got any views of the missed opportunity in the government's legislation to close those gaping loopholes in relation to native forest logging and the impact the impact of logging and burning our native forests is having on the climate?
Yeah, look, absolutely, Senator. I can't understand why we still have this blanket exemption for logging of native forests. This seems crazy. Surely this industry should be regulated like every other one is, with an eye to the national good, the national benefit. Land clearing laws are the same. It's a more complex problem, I understand, but we need to be dealing with that under this EPBC Act. The water trigger is another one. Why would you do it? We've had so many years now of the federal government slowly having an impact on water with a better outcome around the country. Why would you give that away? We need to build on that. Unfortunately, many of these impacts are national. I mean, climate change, water, these are rightly issues that we need to deal with at the highest level. And so I see, potentially this Act, if it can work to remove those exemptions, as being a great benefit to biodiversity, to climate pollution, and to just environmental, amenity as a whole. So yes, I agree with you. I think that we need to close these exemptions under the Act and deal with this in a realistic manner that will give us a better outcome for everyone. Focusing just on one industry and saying, oh, it'll damage that industry, that's only part of the story. The economy is always changing. There's always new economic opportunities that open up. We need to look at this in a more holistic manner. Don't listen just to sectional interests, but make sure that the nation as a whole is in the best possible position as a result of this legislation.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Henderson, did you have questions? Or?
I think Senator McDonald does
Senator
actually,
McDonald.
Chair. Sorry, I should have indicated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Professor Flannery and Ms Mackenzie, for your evidence this morning. I just wanted to turn to a comment you just made, Professor Flannery, regards the economy always changing. I think this is an important point. We've talked this morning about renewables and solar farms and wind farms and whatnot, but of course their construction is from the outcomes of mining, particularly critical minerals and rare earths and so forth, and the processing of those, whilst in the future there may be technology that will allow for that to be done in a different way, at the moment still requires great heat generated either from coal or gas. I'm interested in your views on how we bridge this technological divide between what's possible now and what might be possible in the future, and wondered if you could speak to that, please. With a view, of course, to the relevance of the amendments that we're looking at with this legislative change.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Look, I think it is true that we can only build the new economy on the basis of the existing economy. So, of course there are consequences for that, for the use of fossil fuels. but we need to have an ambition to transition as quickly as we can to a cleaner energy base. So every wind farm that goes up, every solar farm that goes in, that's cleaning up our energy base. Every electric vehicle on the road doing the same sort of thing. And that's why we need ambition in these targets. That's why we need a target. We need ambitions to move forward. So it'd be lovely if we could clean everything up tomorrow. Sadly, we can't. We've got to deal with the economy as we find it, but move as fast as we can towards a better outcome.
So entirely reasonable, and that's what we're trying to assess is how do we have legislation that allows us to deal with ambitions, absolutely, but what the pathway will be. The International Energy Agency has talked about coal demand continuing to grow, and indeed by 2050 that it will be still very much in line with what's in place now. Granted, technology may come about that will change that demand, but on the basis of what technology we have today, and the same with gas. And as a regional Australian who enjoys the taxes that are generated and the jobs that are generated in my part of the world, I'm just interested to see if we can find a common ground on how we deal with the technology that is available to us today and for the foreseeable future, and the legislation that allows us to access processing critical minerals, making steel, whatever else it is. And this piece of legislation that we're discussing is a really critical part about are we going to allow for potentially expansions and new coal and gas to be utilised as they are in other parts of the world here in Australia. And I am very interested in your views on this because at the moment this has been set up as being a very adversarial discussion between, we can only have the environment or the economy, and of course I think it's possible to have both.
I could jump in there, Senator, and I think that sentiment of we can have the economy and the environment has to be the way that we go forward, and I agree with you. I think it can be a conversation that we build on the strengths of the existing economy to go forward. Our assessment, and we've done detailed work on this, is that the role of gas for heat in particular there is a role in the transition for gas in that sort of a way, but it will be an ongoing declining role overall for gas in the economy, so that there isn't a need for new gas supply given the scale of Australia's existing supply, but we need to be careful about how we use it and use it in the right way for things like the exercises that you're describing. But the key to those industries, whether it's critical minerals, whether it's green steel, green aluminium, etc., is having a clean energy industry that is big enough that it can be supporting those industries to grow to export. So it's not just to replace our existing energy system as we are going through that transition for households and for transportation and all the other things that we'll need electricity for. It's also to visualise the future export industries that could be larger in all of the areas that you're describing. So getting the clean energy transition right and building it out quickly is the most urgent priority, although there is a limited role for gas as well, particularly in heat. The role for coal we see as declining, particularly given our coal assets. Most of them are very much ageing and becoming more inefficient, and to sweat those assets would be very expensive, and to build new ones would not attract private investment. So focusing on what is the cheapest source of new power and the cleanest source of new power seems like the logical pathway forward for us.
So I'm from Queensland, where we have the youngest coal-fired assets, where the government is looking to extend their use because it does mean that we won't be required to build new transmission lines, the battery technology we don't quite have yet to support long-term power, to support renewables longer-term outages. And so for those reasons, I think it is this gap that I'm very interested in talking about. We know that Japan has expressed a requirement to increase its gas usage by 60% by 2030. And if Australia is not providing that, then they will source it from another jurisdiction, and Australia will miss out on those jobs. You know, again, Queensland families who benefit from these industries. But could I just turn, you made a comment before about the Great Barrier Reef being in terminal decline. I'm based in Townsville, and the Australian Institute of Marine Science is based there. Terrific organisation. They talk about record coral growth and the health of the Great Barrier Reef, and I'm just very keen that we don't use language that would imply that the Great Barrier Reef is dead or dying, because it's very important for our tourism industry and for our fishermen, and it is something that we're very proud of, an important part of our place in the world on the Great Barrier Reef. So I just wanted to clarify exactly what your language was there, because that's not what the scientists are telling us in Townsville.
I think we need to be very realistic and honest with communities about what we are facing. I think that it's clear now that the world is surpassing 1.5 degrees of warming, which will result in up to 70% of reefs dying. And although there is a recovery in coral cover, the biodiversity loss across the Great Barrier Reef has been very substantial, and the reef cannot be maintained as its former glorious self if it is experiencing mass bleaching events almost every year, which is what it's been experiencing over the last 9 years. Ningaloo Reef has now experienced its first mass bleaching event, which is now up to 60% of coral cover has died. That may recover and come back, but it can't be sustained if it's then bleached over and over again. That biodiversity loss, we will end up having reefs that are pretty similar species, so there may be reefs, but it won't be the same reefs that have been there in the past that have supported the same diversity of marine life. So I think that we need to be realistic about the level of temperature rise that is already being experienced and the impacts that we've already seen.
I think this might be a case of different science at dawn, isn't it? Where I've got different scientists who are saying different things to what you are in our lived experience in that part of the world. Professor Flannery, I interrupted you.
Sorry, Senator. I just wanted to add that I'm a keen diver and snorkeler, and the first time I snorkeled on the Barrier Reef was back in 1974. Oh, wow. And the reef I saw then was so different from the reef I see today. It has changed dramatically, and it's a bit like the boiling frog problem, that it changes relatively slowly over a human lifetime. But I can assure you in my lived experience that the reef is degrading. And sadly, that will continue as long as the waters continue to warm and other impacts continue.
Yeah, so I didn't dive on the reef until 1979. Snorkeled then. I was quite young, and certainly my lived experience is different to yours. So perhaps we should snorkel together. That might be a better solution. Finally, I'd just like to touch on this idea that there is a blanket exemption for forestry. I think we had quite a bit of evidence yesterday from the forestry industry around the requirements for regional forestry agreements, state-based regulation. One of my greatest frustrations is that we duplicate legislation and requirements, and so whilst it does allow, we just had a discussion previously about a great and thriving legal industry, about differentiations in law, it makes it incredibly difficult for proponents to wend their way through state-based legislation. I think this is somewhere that it works quite well, that we do have a state-based closer on the ground rather than have another overlay of federal legislation. I accept that you might have different views to me, but I thought it was important to make that point that we did have evidence yesterday from the forestry people about how it's not that there's an exemption, it's just that the states manage that assessment and allow us to continue using our great renewable industry of timber growth. So I guess that's a comment, unless you want to say something additionally, Ms. McKenzie.
No, we can leave it there.
Okay. Chair, I think that's...
Thank you,
my final thing.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Look, I'd like to say thank you to the Climate Council representatives here today and on video conference for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible? But we appreciate the work that goes into appearing before this committee, and you go with our thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives of the Electrical Trades Union. And I understand... Oh, sorry, I'll wait till you get to the table. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Michael John Wright, National Secretary of the Electrical Trades Union of Australia.
Thank you. I invite you to make a short opening statement, if you have one, and then at the conclusion of that, I'll throw to questions.
No, thank you, Chair, and sincere thanks to the committee for the opportunity to address on how it is that Australia's development approval regime, in which the EPBC Act looms large, is aggravating Australia's skills crisis and costing our ETU members jobs on the ground. Just by way of a quick introduction, the Electrical Trades Union represents roughly 75,000 workers across the country. As it says on the tin, we represent electrical trades. In the context of the energy transition, the electrical trades loom large. From the pole star to the power point to the pylon to the power plant, at every step of the way you will find an electrical tradesperson. It is not just electricians, but it is always electricians. And as we go through these two transitions of both what powers our grid and what is powered by our grid, we have seen skills shortages that we have never seen in this country's history. Now, we've had a temporary shortage of electricians since 1981, but we have a forecast shortfall of 42,500 by 2030, blowing out to nearly 100,000 by 2050, before factoring in the data centre build. And yet, a deep cause of this persistent chronic skills shortage is the uncertainty and delay caused by Australia's development approval regime. And like I say, the EPBC Act looms large. The issue we have is that the development approvals are too uncertain. Now, it's 25 years to build to net zero, but no job takes 25 years. For my members, for workers in the industry, employment security comes from continuity of work. For apprentices, right now, as we go through the process of stringing thousands upon thousands of kilometres of new transmission line, rounding up, there are 0 lines worker apprentices employed. None. And the cause of this is that when you do a skills fair or careers day out the back of Wagga Wagga and ask who wants to do a 4-year apprenticeship for a 12-month job with no promise of work afterwards, strangely no one puts their hand up. So this is not a paean to just let it rip. This is a call for action and a call for certainty. As the Energy Minister has said, quicker to yes or quicker to no. Our members need to know that they're not banking on vaporware, on jobs that never materialise. The importance here in striking a balance is, of course, to strike the balance. Now, there have been roughly 337 sitting days by my count since the Samuel review was delivered to the Minister. In that time, I've spoken directly with my members who have had to move across the country chasing jobs without knowing if they're actually going to start when they arrive. So like I say, Chair, I think that'll be the end of my opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'm going to Senator Anandaraja. Sorry, Senator Wright, if we can't hear you.
I'm so glad that wasn't just me.
No, we still can't hear you, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yep.
Okay, let's have a crack. Thank you, Mr. Wright, for that passionate defence for certainty. Can you talk us through why the reforms in this Act will deliver a degree of certainty and predictability for your workforce?
Well, very much the hope, Senator, thank you for the question, is that particularly with the implementation of the standards regime, reducing the duplication and ensuring that the right decision is made, but the right decision is made in a shorter time frame. We are not arguing for we are not arguing by any stretch for a reduction in standards, but just a quickening in the application of those standards. And what that means is that my members will know that the job that they think they're going to, whether it's a solar farm, whether it's a transmission build, whatever it is, will actually be there when they arrive.
And what's the current pipeline of renewable projects? I mean, is it a trickle or is it a reasonably solid pipeline? Do you have any sense?
The great fear with the renewables pipeline is that it comes in fits and starts. You can see it especially with the transmission build, where we have Project Energy Connect, and then maybe we can have workers move on to HumeLink, which has turned soil, and luckily there has been a transition there. But I know that we had crews down on PEC who had nowhere to go when their portion of the work left. And now that what that does is it leads people to leave the industry. In order to attract, train and retain, each of those being equally important, the electrical workforce of the future, we need to have this certainty.
And do you think that the bill will deliver greater predictability in terms of the project pipeline? Because we've got over 100 renewable projects that we've approved, but they need to get off the ground.
Senator, our sense very much is yes, but I would say that from the union's perspective, we don't make the applications. The processes that are involved in the development approval stage are opaque to us. The consequences are not.
In terms of, you talked a little bit about apprentices and the massive shortfall that we are heading towards. Can you just again elaborate for us what provisions in this bill will actually help attract more apprentices into the sector?
Absolutely. It is inherently an itinerant workforce. Like I said, 25 years to net zero, no job takes 25 years. Now, these are problems that we have been solving for the 123 years of the ETU's existence. It is perfectly fine. What we can't solve for are the valleys of death between projects while we wait to see if they're approved or not. So by having the continuity of work, whether it's via relying on group training models in particular, or by apprentices staying with their on a direct hire basis, but they're able to move from project to project. That can't happen if given the variability that we see in approval timelines. Some projects sail through with, in as little as 6 months. Others take beyond 9.5 years. And it is entirely impossible for our members to plan their work lives around that. And it is entirely impossible for an employer to take on an apprentice without that certainty of work.
And do you think that the features in this bill might, once implemented, would help bridge those valleys of death, I guess?
Very much. That's what our analysis has said. I would rely on the works of others in this as well. Of course, the Clean Energy Council, the Smart Energy Council, that it is aimed at ensuring that reducing duplication so that the correct decision can be arrived at quicker.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Anandarajah. I'm just looking to my right to see if there are questions from the Deputy Chair and then Coalition Senators.
Yes, I mean, I think the information you've given has been pretty clear, Mr. Wright, so I understand what you're asking for. The only question I'd put to you is, I guess, under the way this law has been, this proposed law has been written, everything gets to go into the streamline, into the fast track. So it's renewables are going to be in there with coal and gas, with housing, with whatever other applications there are. There's no specified faster treatment for renewables or housing as it is, despite what I hear from the government. In fact, in this legislation, coal and gas projects will be assessed in the streamline alongside renewables. And in fact, we heard from the fossil fuel industries today that they're very keen to make sure they remain in the fast track. In terms of removing that kind of bottleneck of both applications and having fast yeses and fast nos, I think we probably need to be a bit clearer about what the policy priorities are. Would you agree?
Look, unambiguously, every summer our members are working more and more overtime trying to keep the grid going. It is a terrifying prospect, the stories that I hear from coal-fired power stations around the country, in terms of they're held together by hard work and hope of the workers on the site. There is an urgent need in this country for a build-out of renewables and also the augmentation and build-out of the distribution grids and transmission grids. So it'll probably come as no surprise that there is no world in which I don't think those projects, again, it's not about greenlighting them, but it's about ensuring that the correct decision is made as quickly as possible.
And you can see if everybody gets the fast track VIP pass at the airport and gets to line up in the premium line, then it's not premium anymore, is it? You know, it's this. You can't have everybody move from one process to another and think that somehow is going to make things easier. If the government is serious about prioritising the renewables and the grid transmission build-out, then that needs to be prioritised. Because I can tell you, coal and gas companies and the industry are not going to sit there and let just renewables take all the department's time if they are entitled to being fast-tracked too.
I guess from my perspective, Senator, the important thing for us is that the projects are approved. That the projects are decided upon faster.
Yes.
If everyone lines up in the premium line and our projects get through faster, then that is still a material improvement on where we are today.
I guess my point is.
I take the point very much, but it's the situation we have is that it's.
So it's not just about being put to the front of the queue, is what you're saying. It's a various number of steps within that process that need to be done in a faster and simpler way.
That's right, Senator. I guess there is a level of, given that it is now more than 4 years since the Samuel report was delivered, we just want things to be better. We don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. I very much hear what you say, and do I want renewables fast-tracked over other projects? Of course I do. But I will settle for it being better than it is today.
A number of the industry groups have come in today and complained that the system as it's outlined in this draft bill seems more complex and less uncertain than the status quo from an industry perspective. Do you share any of those concerns? Look,
it's a difficult thing for us because, like I say, the process itself is not one that we engage with. We live with the consequences, not the applications. And it is also difficult in this space to find the honest broker. So it's, to be honest, Senator, it's not something that I want to comment on because it's not. We don't actually engage directly. We just have to live with the outcomes.
Yeah. Are you concerned that the fever pitch of the immigration debate is going to make it harder for the electricity sector in terms of skilled workers?
Look, I think like I say, we've had a temporary shortage of electricians since 1981. If skilled migration was going to fix that shortage, it would have fixed that shortage. The thing to remember as well in the electrical trades is that this is a worldwide trades shortage.
Yes, everyone's struggling.
The USA is forecast to need an extra 1 million electricians over the next decade. Germany seems quite keen to get off Russian gas and is electrifying. The thought that we can, even if we wanted to, even if we were to, abandon our responsibilities to the next generation of Australians, the thought that we could rely on skilled migration to get this work built is an absolute chimera. It cannot be done. The only way we can get it built is by training our own.
Can I ask, have you got any figures on the gender breakdown of the industry and how that's changing?
Yeah, it's woefully bad. The census figures are around 4% of electricians are women. When we dig into that, the numbers are worse. I know that in South Australia, I think 1.1% of active licence holders are female. There are no good reasons for why that level of female participation is slow, but there are many, many bad reasons. We currently have a project across South Australia and WA, separately in Victoria, where we are trying to doing schools outreach, then pre-vocational training for women to get them job ready, placing them with employers who have a good track record of having women on the books, and then most importantly providing training to the employer, because sadly when numbers are that low we've got bosses who have never had a female apprentice, but then providing wraparound support, pastoral care, mentoring, tutoring to the women as they go through their trades.
Do you think there's more that could be done from a federal government perspective to support getting more women into the electrical trades?
Absolutely, there is. Certainly, and this program, I should say, that we are running in WA and SA is funded by the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
And the union itself.
What is that called, that program?
Building Women's Careers. Our project is the big sister project.
Yeah.
We have we are obviously very proud of our female membership, of our women members. We have our National Women's Officer. We have our committee structures throughout the country. It is probably the greatest privilege of my job getting to work with these women.
Well, I must say, as somebody who has hired a few sparkies in my time, the women I've hired have always done the job better. To be perfectly frank, their attention to detail, their respect in people's homes, the customer service. We need more women in the industry, and I genuinely think they do it better.
I'm going to stand up for men. There are lots of wonderful.
Of course, I'm not saying they're not, but I'm just saying I think women have a particular attention to detail and respect for being in people's homes and working to what the customer needs in a way that I haven't seen is always done by some of the male sparkies I've had over my time.
If I may, Senator, I think part of the problem is that the only way for women to survive in our trades is if they are the best.
Yes.
That they are. Yes. This is not me making a pitch for more average women. No. But it's well, it is a feature.
That is the story. That is the story of inequality all over, isn't it? You know, plenty of. If women could get to the top as being mediocre as some of the men, we'd have equality. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Henderson, did you have any questions?
Look, thank you very much for your evidence today. I'll go back to the issues in relation to the bill. What is of most concern to you?
Very much it's the delay in knowing. So it's when a worker has 6 months left on the job, they're already looking for the next job. And when you don't know if it's been approved, and when the approvals come so late, and then the hiring up is so short, it just makes it impossible to plan your life around. So we see as a result in the renewable sector, the renewables take more than they give when it comes to training. And that's not because of any inherent feature of employees in renewables, it's because of the short-term nature of the contracts. You know, it's 9 months to 18 months on a solar farm build. Wind, we do better with. Transmission is really patchy. So it's that continuity of work, consistency of work that allows for apprenticeships to be delivered.
And are you confident that in the current state, this bill can resolve those delays? Because we've had lots of evidence raising concerns that this could actually make things worse.
I don't mean to keep harking on sounding like Voltaire, but I'm not wanting the perfect to be the enemy of the good. We are confident that the bill as presently drafted is better.
Can I ask you about environmental protection orders? So there's concern that these orders might be misused due to the way that they are drafted. Are you able to make any comment?
Senator, I don't like pleading ignorance on things, but it's in terms of the EPOs, it's just not a part of the system which we actually interact with.
That's fine, no problem at all. Just on a related issue with the rollout of renewables, and I was just speaking to someone yesterday about councils becoming more and more concerned about house fires as a result of batteries. Is the ETU concerned about this issue, and particularly from the safety of workers' perspective?
Unambiguously, yes. I should say the councils have been doing a power of work in this space, and we work closely with the Australian Standards Committees around the standards for consumer batteries in particular. It is something that we, particularly with the frankly excellent uptake of the battery subsidies since the last budget, it is important for us, or fundamental, that those batteries are installed by a licensed electrician, and a licensed electrician who has been familiarised, trained, whatever, in the battery system that they're installing. So ensuring that there is that proper a robust regulatory regime to ensure that the person installing the battery knows what they're doing. Now, we've been involved in rolling out projects similar to this around the country when it comes to EV chargers, that they're designing and delivering training to ensure that the EV charger is installed by an electrician who is not just licensed but competent as well, because they've had the upskilling they need.
And do you have any data on battery issues or fires or other dangers?
It is. I might have to take, not with me, Senator.
No, but if you could take that on notice, just would be interested to know. Look, thank you so much. I'll leave my questions there. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator Henderson. Thank you very much for your evidence today, Mr Wright. If you've noted a couple of questions on notice, if you could provide the answers as soon as possible to the Secretariat, that would be wonderful. We appreciate the amount of effort it takes to prepare and attend a hearing like this, and you go with the committee's thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would now welcome representatives from the Australian Marine Conservation Society who are appearing by video conference, from BirdLife Australia who are appearing by video conference, and the Invasive Species Council who are appearing also, I think, by video conference. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll go in that order. AMCS, BirdLife and then Invasive Species Council, please.
Paul Gamblin, CEO, Australian Marine Conservation Society.
Alexia Wellbeloved, Acting Co-Campaigns Director, Australian Marine Conservation Society.
Kate Miller, CEO, BirdLife Australia.
And Invasive Species Council. So.
Policy Director, Invasive Species.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Which one didn't you get? Was it me?
Neither, actually. We didn't get either of the Invasive Species Council representatives, so if we could just start again. Thank you.
Well, it's not a good start, is it? Carol Booth, Policy Director, Invasive Species Council.
Thank you.
Claire Bookless, Senior Policy Analyst with the Invasive Species Council.
Thank you very much. Now, I will invite you to make a short opening statement. I say this respectfully, the shorter the better, and then at the conclusion of your remarks we'll come to questions. So thank you.
Would you like me to start, Chair?
Yes, please. Let's go in the order that we just did.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators. The Australian Marine Conservation Society has worked to improve federal nature laws for many years. While there are many positive features in the proposed bills, they must be strengthened considerably to deliver the transformational change required for Australia's rapidly deteriorating natural heritage. We do not support the legislation in its current form. We will table our more detailed statement, but I offer some overarching, non-exhaustive comments on the proposed legislation. The federal government must retain approval powers. The new laws must deliver clear, science-based guidance on unacceptable impacts, particularly to protect critical habitat and World Heritage values. This also provides certainty for industry. The laws must consider climate impacts, and they must close glaring loopholes that enable activities like ongoing, widespread land clearing that increases pollution of the Great Barrier Reef. We implore the Parliament to engage in good faith to pass considerably better and stronger legislation than what is on the table. Only stronger legislation can arrest the decline of our stressed environment. Only much better nature laws can secure a healthy future for millions of Australians who depend on the environment in myriad ways. This must be a race to the top. Our nature and our communities deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. BirdLife Australia.
Thank you very much, Chair and committee members. BirdLife Australia, we are the nation's largest bird conservation charity, an independent voice for birds, representing more than 360,000 supporters. And whilst we definitely welcome the government's commitment to reform the EPBC Act, these bills as drafted represent a profound missed opportunity. They will not halt the destruction of habitat, and they will not protect the diversity of birds we are so lucky to still have in Australia. From these bills, you wouldn't think that Australia is facing an extinction crisis. I can confirm for the committee that the science is clear, and it paints a bleak picture, with 1 in 6 of our unique bird species now under threat. Birds measured in Australia's Threatened Bird Index have declined in numbers by an average of 60%, and that's just in the last 40 years. The EPBC Act has not had any meaningful impact on this alarming rate of decline. And now we have H5 bird flu on our doorstep, a wildlife pandemic, which presents not only a risk to agriculture, but the sobering reality of mass mortality from marine mammals and birds. Protecting critical habitat, restoring and returning nature into landscapes has never been more urgent. These bills must be judged on whether they deliver for nature and biodiversity conservation. Our detailed submission highlights 8 key areas for amendment, and as the Chair suggested, I won't go into all of them, but 4 key areas of failings are particularly critical to bird life. Number 1, bills do not ensure recovery plans are mandatory for threatened species. The Minister has the discretion not even to plan for the recovery of threatened species. And then there are other elements like protection statements that have the potential to further dilute the current regulatory power that recovery plans should hold. Major loopholes, as AMCS has highlighted, for us notably the exemptions for native forest logging under regional forest agreements remain unaddressed. The proposed offset and restoration contributions framework will not address the issue of cumulative impact or deter projects that seek to destroy irreplaceable habitat, and most critically, increased ministerial discretion to exempt projects effectively undermines any of the changes at play that are actually aimed at strengthening these laws. These bills perpetuate the core failure of the current EPBC Act, and we urge the committee to recommend targeted and sensible amendments outlined in our submission. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. The Invasive Species Council.
Yes, thank you. The Invasive Species Council says these bills mostly neglect the critical mega threat of invasive species, as well as many other threats. So since the start of the EPBC Act, at least 7 unique Australian animals have gone extinct or extinct in the wild, and 6 of those were due mainly to invasive species. So a critical question for the committee should be, to what extent will the bills, these reforms, help stop extinctions and reverse the decline of nature? The Samuel Review found that the mechanisms that were intended to support a coordinated and a strategic approach to major threats are not achieving that. So the current reforms are focused mainly on the assessment and approval processes, and getting these right is obviously critical for reducing some threats, but they'll do little to prevent or mitigate many really major threats, including invasive species and others such as adverse fire regimes and climate change. Invasive species should obviously be a priority focus, the major driver of animal extinction to date, a major threat to hundreds of other species, often in interaction with other threats, and the most expensive land management problem. I should just note that in response to testimony yesterday, I really want to emphasise that addressing all major threats is critical, and the forestry industry really shouldn't use the threat of invasive species to try to deny the destructiveness of quite a bit of logging. So in sum, we urge the Australian Parliament to seize the opportunity to strengthen the prevention and mitigation of invasive species and other major threats. And this means focusing on reforms for threat abatement. There's special provisions in the Act. Bioregional plans. Samuel said that these should support the management of threats at the right scale, and live import regulations. And these are essential for stopping new invasive species from arriving in Australia.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, and thank you all for participating in the hearing today and your submissions on what has been a pretty rushed process. Firstly, I'd just like to know whether any of your organisations were involved in the official consultations the government ran into this bill before, and had you seen it before it was tabled? BirdLife?
We were not part of the detailed consultation, but as part of Pace As You Love, no, we didn't see them before they were tabled, Senator.
No. Invasive Species Council?
No.
And the Australian Marine Conservation Society?
As part of the Places You Love Alliance, we've been involved in some engagement with this, and I think we saw some aspects of the bill, or at least beforehand. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Were you surprised at the form that this bill was tabled in the Parliament? You've all said it doesn't do what it needs to do to protect nature. That it risks actually going backwards if it's not fixed. Were you surprised that this is what the government actually ended up tabling, given the amount of work that has been done over the last few years to come up with what does need to happen to protect nature?
I can take that, Senator. I think, as Paul said, we were part of some of the briefings shortly before the bills were introduced, but not by any means the full package of all 7 bills. Our view is that as they stand, the current bills are not strong enough to adequately protect nature, as we said in our opening statement, and that must be, in our view, the primary objective of these reforms. So I'm not sure surprised is the correct term, but perhaps disappointed. We've been working on this for decades, and what we believe, based on the Samuel Review and the Hawke Review before that, is that we need to, that it's time for significant reforms that actually deliver outcomes for nature. And our view is that whilst there are some positive new features, including the definition of unacceptable impacts, the national environmental standards, the National Environment Protection Agency, and a broader suite of some of those compliance and enforcement tools, many of these positive aspects are compromised by the high level of ministerial discretion littered throughout the bills. We also have identified a number of elements that do weaken the current EPBC, such as the approval bilaterals, as we said, offsets and the NOPSEMA accreditations, as well as some amendments that we believe are needed to get sort of guardrails around the fast tracking of assessment of approvals and assessments, and closing existing gaps and loopholes such as the national interest and continuous use exemptions that we believe need to be seen to increase protections provided for nature, as well as, of course, preventing climate harm.
Yes. I imagine you've been... Sorry, go on. Yes?
Oh, just regarding your question about being surprised, we weren't surprised because it was quite obvious where the major focus was. There was so much focus just on it's a really important part of the Act, but obviously, yeah, incredibly disappointed. And to echo Alexia, so much work had gone into other parts of the Act previously. So it doesn't make sense that the Environment Minister would abandon all these other reforms in which there had been work and focus just on the elements that are obviously politically important and also really important for some threats, but neglecting so much else of the EPBC Act.
Yes, well, I don't think you're the only people disappointed. I think a lot of the... we haven't spoken to one environment or community sector who are happy with this package as it is. But I do want to say, I imagine you've been listening to the hearings and to the discussion. And the business lobby and the fossil fuel companies that we've had on today and also last week with the Minerals Council. Yesterday we had the BCA. And the changes that they would like in this package are the total opposite to what you're all asking for. The total opposite. I mean, that must be incredibly frustrating, given this is meant to be an environment protection bill, not a planning assessment bill.
Senator, it's Kate from BirdLife here. I think BirdLife's had a long tradition of really understanding that communities are looking for prosperous sort of economic conditions, but they want nature as well. And the way this is being positioned, that nature and the critical environmental protection is not being brought to the forefront of these reforms is, well, sadly not surprising, incredibly disappointing. But we actually work with businesses every day. We work with farmers, we work with plantation owners, working with renewable energy developers who want nature-safe industries. They understand for the bottom line and for their social licence that these laws need to work to find that balance and to enable us to move forward as a community on solid ground. And I think that's what's most surprising here, that the lack of trust that we already had in the EPBC Act is being weakened even further, if that was possible, at the community level, at the business level, and it is a complete failure at this point.
Senator, if I could perhaps add to that as well, I think it's really important in these discussions to consider the backdrop of decline in the marine environment and terrestrially as well. Australia is facing a reckoning. We've seen mass coral bleaching events for the first time ever, simultaneous mass bleaching of the Great Barrier Reef and Ningaloo in the last few months, and of course the algal bloom of South Australia. Australia, unfortunately, is leading in mammalian extinctions. The State of the Environment report painted a very bleak picture of what's happening to nature across Australia. So I think that is the essential backdrop for these discussions. Nature is in trouble, and we need federal nature laws to come to the rescue. And there are foundations that could provide for amendments that could actually lead to effective laws, and that's where the opportunity is. So right now, the nature laws that are on the table don't do the job, but there is actually an opportunity, and we really would like to see a race to the top to make the amendments required to provide the laws that are fit for purpose and meet the moment.
What would you say to the government? I note that today that there is a opinion piece out by one of the industry reps saying that the only thing that needs changing on this package is weakening the definition around unacceptable impacts. I mean, what would you say if that's what the government did, whacked this bill through next week with a change to that definition?
Senator, sorry.
Sorry, Carol. Sorry, Alexia. I was just going to use our Toondah Harbour example in terms of the 10-year community, national and international fight to protect that wetland. For those that don't know it, a critical part of a Ramsar wetland, important for species like our eastern curlew. And that campaign and those developers waited and worked and invested for 10 years to try and get that housing development up just south of Brisbane. There was no clear signal in the legislation to say that that was unacceptable. There was no fast no. And essentially it was a waiting game to find a minister that was going to shepherd it through, and it was just a lucky shift in the politics, but at the end of the day pulled that development up. So unacceptable impacts being clear and sending a strong market signal is good for business. It's good for nature. So it's one of the things in the legislation that we're supportive of.
So if the government bows to the pressure of the mining lobby, it was Warren Pearce, by the way, who's written this opinion piece in the AFR today, saying that the only amendment that's needed is weakening that definition. If the government bows to that pressure, that would be selling out our environment, wouldn't it?
Senator, if I could jump in, I think the definition of unacceptable impacts is one of the fundamental pieces of this reform in our view. The current Act, the EPBC Act, always intended to rule out such things, but there hasn't previously been a definition included in that legislation of unacceptable impacts. And what we've seen that facilitate is the decline of our environmental values of the very things that the Act is meant to protect. And in contrast, the US Endangered Species Act has been highly effective, and more than 100 marine and terrestrial species have been delisted because it's been much more impactful, much more precise. So we therefore strongly support the inclusion of the definition of unacceptable impacts in the legislation, as well as the essential element as the definition, of critical habitat. It's a really essential element if we are going to do what this legislation is meant to do, which is to protect nature. At the moment, we feel that the definition only captures the worst of the worst proposals. We actually believe that this definition should be strengthened. So we see the current definition as essential, but actually that it needs to be strengthened. We're concerned that the use of the term seriously impair is a bit vague and hasn't got an identifiable threshold. But that's fixable with some strengthening. But to remove the unacceptable impact definition, or equally worse, to weaken it, would be a failing of this reform.
Okay.
Senator, if I could just add one more point to that. What we've seen in our experience is that there's value in proponents understanding what would be acceptable broadly and what wouldn't. That provides greater certainty to industry, and it also would unclog the system from proposals that will never receive approval and draw resources from more worthy proposals. So there's a practical implication from having stronger guidance on this aspect of the legislation. So it's actually good for industry as well.
Not according to the miners.
Senator, if I may as well, even though we're not commenting on that definition of unacceptable impacts because it's not a threat-focused part of the Act, we want something similar, or recommend something similar, for the live import provisions, which are really essential for preventing new invasive species. Currently, there is no route to a quick no and no prohibited list. So, as Paul was saying, it is a waste of resources for the government to be assessing applications that really should be just a straight up no and be prohibited.
Understood. Have you looked at the draft matter of national significance standards? We've only had 2 draft standards released, and the key one in relation of matters of national environmental significance. Have you seen that, and have you got any comments on that? Is it appropriate? Does it do what you had hoped? Does it do what had been discussed in the year's worth of consultations prior to this minister having the portfolio?
I'll take that one, Senator. Look, we've had a brief review. As Samuel said, the national environmental standards are a crucial part of the reforms. We have briefly, in the time they've been out, compared the draft standard currently proposed by the government to Samuel's proposed standard that he put in his review, and we're concerned that that the ones out for consultation at the moment are weaker than those put forward by Professor Samuel, and we're looking forward to putting in our more detailed comments. In short, we don't think the draft standards provide the granular detail needed to protect nature or even to guide business on what are acceptable developments. And the discretion that the minister has to only be satisfied that the national environmental standards apply undermine their very purpose and effectiveness. So we'll be looking at that in detail and providing our more detailed comments, but we are concerned that they aren't that granular standard that Samuel put in his review and so eloquently said in his evidence last week.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Is there anyone else who wants to ask any questions? I've got some questions, but if Senator McDonald, I can see you're online. Do you have any questions to these witnesses?
Look, I think we're running out of time, Chair, if you have questions, but if you have some time left, I've just got a couple of very short ones.
Well, do you want to ask those and then I'll come to mine and then we'll wrap up?
Oh, terrific. Okay, thank you. I think probably in the questions that Senator Hanson-Young has asked, you've answered quite a bit of my questions around consultation and when Senator Hanson-Young was asking you about consultation, I assumed that the limited amount that you had, and I think that was from BirdLife Australia, Mr. Gamblin, who said that you had some as part of a broader group. That was with the department or with the minister?
From BirdLife's point of view, we've had a small amount of direct consultation with the minister, but also the department as well.
Okay. Please.
Sorry, so same for us, I think.
Thank you. So it's limited with the minister as opposed to the department. The definition of net gain and the net gain test, which, you know, we've already had evidence on it not being clear in the proposed legislation. I asked some questions of previous witnesses about the lack of baseline data in Australia and that is in many times being gathered through the assessments being required under project assessments by mining, gas and other proponents. So can I just ask you if you support the concept of net gain, keeping in mind this lack of baseline, and the net gain test being allocated into the standards? And perhaps if we could start with BirdLife Australia.
Very good question. I think net gain, as a principle, we are supportive of. However, it's the application, and Alexia, I'm sure, will talk to the detail of it. We have deep concerns around matters such as irreplaceable habitat. There are some things you can just not destroy and in any reasonable time frame seek to offset, restore or recover. There are some things that once they are gone in our lifetime, and the consequential knock-on, for example, for threatened bird species, is going to just propel us further into that extinction crisis. So I think as a concept that we are trying to essentially move forward with a net gain for nature, we are supportive of, but I think the use of that term to essentially shadow or scaffold around what is essentially more of the same, more offsetting, more loss of irreplaceable habitat, is something we are not supportive of.
If I could turn to you, please, Alexia. Thank you, if you'd respond.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, so the definition of net gain, our position is that it should be aligned to the scientific definition of absolute net gain rather than what appears to be relative net gain. And the difference being that relative net gain is, as Kate just said, is where there's a gain but it's measured against the declining baseline. We believe that all decisions should be required to achieve absolute net gain for matters of national environmental significance, not just for offsets. And that's because if you are to use the definition of net gain or relative net gain, you're effectively continuing the ongoing decline. You're not actually we're not enabling the recovery of the matter, the species or whatever it may be. So that absolute net gain is what's actually required to deliver a recovery of a species, as Kate just said. So that would be absolute net gain is our preference to relative net gain. Thank you.
Ms Booth, I think you had taken your unmuted readiness.
Yeah, I mean, because we're not really focusing on that part of the EPBC Act, all we can say is yes, of course, net gain is a really important principle. I think it should also include making sure that the threats that are set in motion by any particular actions shouldn't be exacerbated, and so that there's net gain should include thinking about threats.
I finally just wanted to ask, Chair, in the last minute, about Professor Samuel's recommendation didn't include an EPA. He instead recommended a commissioner. Under the current legislation, the proposed EPA CEO can't be held to account for their performance outcomes. Do you support a change to ensure that the CEO is accountable for his or her decision making?
I'm happy to answer that, Senator. We believe that an independent EPA is a critical part of what's needed to protect Australia's environment. It serves a number of key purposes. We also believe it should provide overall approval decisions and should be responsible for approval decisions. We would look to best practice for holding the CEO accountable based on other measures that are used effectively within government.
What if the CEO wasn't protecting the environment, though? How would you seek to hold the EPA to account?
It's a good question. Once again, I think we should look at the experience for other institutions within government that have a similar kind of function and look to what has worked best in terms of accountability and effectiveness and efficiency.
Okay, so going back and looking at other independent agencies, that's a very good question, because I know a number of the independent agencies that I deal with, their stakeholders are not satisfied with the work, and yet there's nothing they can do about it because the minister or the accountable elected representatives don't have any say over them. So I think this is a really important point, that independence shouldn't be confused with delivery necessarily, and how do we act on that? Because under the proposed model, this person wouldn't be able to be removed. They could continue acting in a way that stakeholders were dissatisfied. And I think that's a real shortcoming of the legislation, if anybody wants to make comment to that.
If I may, Senator, I actually have had experience working in a number of environmental regulators across the country, both in Queensland and in Victoria. And so I've seen the different forms in which they can take, both being departmental and independent regulators. In our submission, we recommended, in fact, amendments be made to introduce a skills-based board, to which the EPA CEO is responsible and answerable to. So still maintaining independence and still answerable for the functions of that role, but it's an important mechanism by which they can be held to account and to ensure that they're fulfilling their role.
Okay. All right, I think the chair looks like he's ready to wrap up. So
well, I have a couple of questions before I do that, Senator McDonald. But
thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thanks to the witnesses for being here today. I've taken from what you've said before, and that there are severe limitations in the capacity of the current EPBC Act to protect nature, and also that reform to that legislation is essential. Can you just outline for me what the elements in the current reform package, I mean, if any, you think are steps in the right direction?
I'm happy to give that one a go.
Sure.
I was waiting to see if someone else stood forward, so apologies, the clunkiness of being online. I mean, as I said, there are some positives to this legislation, but there's also some issues that we're concerned about. So some of the positive features include that, and most importantly, that unacceptable impacts definition in the legislation. We think the national environmental standards, it was a key feature of the Samuel Review. That's a really important part of the Act, but at the moment we don't believe that they're granular enough, so we'll be working through that consultation to improve those. The National Environment Protection Agency is a really important element of the reforms, as well as the broader suite of compliance enforcement tools that's been proposed. But however, as I noted earlier, our concern is that these are all compromised by the high levels of ministerial discretion that are littered throughout the bills, and our concern is that Samuel Review picked this up. He noted that that discretion need to be constrained, but in these bills they seem to have been broadened somewhat. So we do need to see that discretion tightened up so that it isn't a subjective decision making.
And Senator, from the Invasive Species Council, likewise, we really strongly endorse the potential for creating standards. And given how many parts of the EPBC Act have been neglected in these reforms, we may have to rely on these to implement really fundamental and important improvements to them. So depending on how they function, standards could make a big difference to Australia's capacity to prevent and mitigate threats. We recommend that they be required under particular provisions, and for us that's threat abatement and recovery planning and live imports. And for live imports, we also recommend that there be a requirement that they apply to all relevant environmental assessments, whether they're performed or decided by the Environment Minister or not. We also strongly support the establishment of Environment Information Australia. The lack of really fundamental data really impedes a lot of conservation, and we strongly support the establishment of the EPA as an independent body. We think it really should be used, the scope broadened to undertake an oversight function for things like threat abatement and recovery planning.
Thank you. If there are no further additions to that, I would like to just say thank you for your evidence today. Thanks for the submissions that have been made, and I appreciate or the committee appreciates how much work goes into both those and appearing before committees to answer questions. If you have taken any questions on notice, could you please provide your answers to the Secretariat as soon as possible? And that concludes today's hearing. I thank all the witnesses who've appeared, to Hansard and Broadcasting and the Secretariat for their assistance, and my colleagues once again for their cooperation. So on that note, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you very much.